by the Assembly, then the governor also has the option of moving to court, to the High Court in this case, to try and fight her way through the courts in regards to that. But by the end of this day, when the House will have taken a vote in regards to the three impeachment charges leveled against the governor, in the event that each of the charge fails to garner the required number to impeach the governor, then the governor will be back in office to continue with her mandate at Meru, at the county of Meru. The charges that the governor for Meru County is facing is the gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, gross misconduct, and abuse of office. This afternoon, we expect a team that is in charge for the governor's defense to use the remainder of their time to convince the Senate why they term the charges by the members of the County Assembly of Meru as lies and frivolous. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Order, Senator Nyutu. Since when did you become an usher? Now, honorable senators, at the adjournment of the sitting at 1, the governor was still presenting her case, and we to stand down a witness to allow us to go for a lunch break. We will therefore proceed from where we left it. Counsel for Governor, you may recall your witness. Clerk, proceed to call the order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County.
So, Counsel, before you start, just to remind you that you have 1 hour 55 minutes to conclude the presentation of the governor's case. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, may I remind the witnesses that is still under oath through the chair.
Thank you. I'm aware I'm still under oath.
Thank you. Mr. Munene, may we proceed from where we had stopped, but we'll be moving to the second issue. The motion for impeachment before the Senate, the second issue of the governor board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board. What's your response to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. The governor has been accusing of failing to appoint the chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Bond, and Meru County Investment and Development Corporations as required by the law. I wish to state that by virtue of the information that has come within me, that's an allegation that is not true. The County Secretary, by a letter dated 18th June 2023, forwarded to the County Assembly the name of Japhet Dumba Idinji as a nominee chairperson of the Meru County Revenue Board. The process of appointment of these chairpersons starts by the governor forwarding the list of nominees to the Assembly for approval. And it is only once the Assembly has approved.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm sorry for intervention, but I would seek your guidance that the witness directs us to the place where that evidence is for, so that we are able to follow. Most obliged.
Thank you. I was getting there.
No, get there fast.
Thank you.
Because as you explained, we need to be on that page. So that when all the senators are there and other parties are there, you can now proceed to explain yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is on page 53 of the Governor's Board of Documents, Volume 1B, page 53. There's a letter there dated 18th June 2023, received by the Office of the Clerk at the County Assembly on 21st June 2023. And the Governor and the Executive Member in charge of Finance, pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Revenue Board Act, is forwarding the list of nominees for the chairperson and 2 members of the County Revenue Board. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, page 57 of the same bundle of documents, it's a letter dated 21st June 2023, received in the office of the clerk of the County Assembly of Meru on the same date. It is forwarding the list of the chairperson and 2 members for approval by the County Assembly, forwarding the list, specifically the name of Harriet Karamana Gitonga Kadhata as the chairperson of the Meru County Investment and Development Corporation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 58 of the same bundle of documents is a letter dated 21st June 2023, forwarding the list of chairperson and members, nominee members, for approval by the County Assembly pursuant to Section 6 of the Meru County Youth Service Act. That letter has been received on 21st June 2023, and of importance is that the name of Kimathi Mutembei Dennis is the chairperson that is being, the governor is seeking approval so that she can appoint. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after this letter, the County Assembly drew a letter dated 21st July 2023. The clerk of the County Assembly wrote to the County Secretary. That is in page 60, volume 1B, a letter that is in page 60, volume 1B, whereby the clerk of the County Assembly is saying that my office is unable to recommend the list, for their consideration to be transmitted to the County Assembly for action, largely because they observe that there are some missing information regarding the status of offices, as some of the offices sought to be filled and substantive office holders. And by a similar letter that appears on page 61 of volume 1B, the clerk of the County Assembly is seeking, it's a reminder letter, followed by the letter that was received on 21st July 2023. Secretary and End of Public Service wrote a letter dated 18th September the same bundle of documents. And in this letter, saying that it indicates that reference is made to the above subject matter, and your letter dated 31st August 2023. The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. All the other offices fell vacant by way of natural attrition. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on page 55 is another letter from the County Secretary directed to the Clerk of the County Assembly, which is a polite reminder. It has been received the same date, it's dated 11th January 2024. On 21st March, page 56, volume 1B. On 21st March 2024, the County Secretary still wrote another reminder to the Clerk of the County Assembly of Meru, and subsequently, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, by a letter dated 15th July 2024, it's in the County Assembly's bundle of documents. Volume 1. Is it volume 1?
As you check on that, Mr. Munene, is that a demonstration of compliance from High Excellency the Governor?
It is a demonstration of compliance, and of importance is that the letter dated 31st August, that is on page 61, which appears on volume 1B of the Governor's bundle of documents. The Clerk of the County Assembly is indicating that they have learned, indicating that the County Assembly, County government, this is to kindly make a follow-up on the requested information to facilitate the committee of the 400 names to the various semi-autonomous bonds of the county government of Meru to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration, excluding the nominees of the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board, whose nomination has been since committed to the relevant committee of the County Assembly for vetting and consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, despite the Clerk of the County Assembly confirming that the list for the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Board and been lent to the relevant committee by 31st August 2023. To date, that vetting is yet to be concluded. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, page 60, is the letter I was referring to, dated 15th July 2024. And in this letter dated 15th July 2024, the County Secretary is indicating that is making a follow-up of those, the position of the nominees, whether they have been approved or not, and indicates that to date, the County Assembly has deliberately failed to approve and or communicate its rejection of the nominees to the County Executive despite constant reminders. Despite constant reminders. This is a letter dated 15th July 2024. And my emphasis, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on that statement, despite constant reminders, is because I'm aware that yesterday the Clerk of the County Assembly appeared before this honorable House and indicated that the letters, the 3 letters that I have mentioned, that is the letter dated the letter appearing on page 54, 55, and 56 of the governor's body of documents, that they are disputed. Those letters are disputed. The clerk of the county assembly indicated they have never received any letter. For a reminder.
Let's proceed to the next issue. The next accusation is to implement resolutions of the assembly to dismiss the county secretary, Dr. Kiambi Tambura, and the chief of staff, Mr. Gatobu Nchamba. What's your answer to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The governor has been accused of refusing to implement the resolution of the county assembly requiring the dismissal of the county secretary and the chief of staff. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm aware of the information that, by virtue of the position that I hold, that once a report of the committee of the county assembly has been discussed, that report has to be tabled. Once a report has been prepared of a petition, the report has to be tabled in the county assembly, and resolutions pursuant to that report made. Thereafter, the resolutions and the answer for that sitting adopting the report is supposed to be forwarded to the executive or to the governor to implement the resolution. I can confirm that the document that the county assembly seeks to rely on do not include a resolution. They do not include any answer showing whether the report that for the joint committee was adopted by the assembly or not. So to that end, there is no resolution to accuse the governor of not implementing.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. Quickly, as a practitioner of law, does the county assembly have mandate to dismiss a county secretary and chief of staff as officers in the office of the governor?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm not aware of a provision in law that mandates the county assembly to dismiss the county secretary or the chief of staff. To the best of my knowledge, in reference to a decision of Kilifi High Court being owned by the Kilifi County government, the former county secretary of Kilifi County, the decision of that case indicates that the county assembly can only move a censure motion against the county secretary. The provision of the law, section 44 of the county government, talks of removal of the governor, the removal of the county secretary by the governor. That the governor may remove the county secretary in pursuant, subject to the terms and conditions of the contract of service.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. The next question will be, the governor has been accused of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, Managing Director, Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Josephine Kithure, CEO, MEWAS, in usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities. What's your answer to that, Mr. Munene?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, first to note that this is a ground or particulars that were presented before the previous impeachment motion, in which I appeared as a witness before this Honorable Senate, and I can confirm that this was one of the grounds. And the allegation that has been made is not true. The governor did not dismiss Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure, but Dr. Ntoiti resigned Paul Mwaki served his term, which his contract ended on, I believe, 15th December 2023. Kenneth Mbaye left, actually abandoned. In that matter, the decision that they are seeking to rely on, you realize that Kenneth Mbaye did not return back to work after the court quashed the county secretary, the former county secretary's letter sending Kenneth Mbaye on compulsory leave. He did not resume his work, so he abandoned work. And Joseph Kidhure served his term to conclusion. I mean, until it was terminated by lapse of time. So, and also the allegation that the county government of Meru has been slapped with the 4 million in that decision. It is not true. It is not a correct observation. The county government, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is not a party to that employment and labor relations dispute. And in the same decision, in the same order, the general damages that were granted of cumulative general damages of 1 million.
Perhaps very quickly, Mr. Munene, if you could refer the House to the specific documents they wish to rely on.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 68 of the bundle of documents, volume 1B of the governor's bundle of documents, it's a request for confirmation on employment of Dr. John Toiti, made by the county secretary to the Nairobi County Secretary, Nairobi County. And on page 69 is a resignation of Dr. John Toiti, dated 14th November 2023. Page 70 of that bundle of documents is a letter from Nairobi City County confirming that confirming the employment status of Dr. John Toiti, that Dr. John Toiti is an employee of Nairobi City County. Page 71 of volume 1B of the bundle of documents, it is a notice of appeal indicating that the parties, the respondent, they disagreed with the decision of the court, and they have preferred an appeal against that decision.
Mr. Munene, I think that is sufficient. I'll move to the final issue. The governor has been accused of having a bloated workforce in his office. What's the response to that, Mr. Munene?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I confirm that there is such an allegation of bloated workforce, and that allegation, there was a similar allegation in the previous motion in which I also appeared as a witness, whereby the governor is accused of having a bloated workforce. There are documents on the contrary to indicate that the governor has been categorical on the issue of controlling the wage bill in the county. That is by minimizing any hiring or replacements. Through the assistance of my advocate, I want to get to that page. This is employment. Page 170 of volume 1B, bundle of documents. This is a letter from the secretary. It's an internal memo from the secretary, County Public Service Board, to the Chief of Staff. It is dated 17th October 2023. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's of importance to note that at 17th October 2023, it is the same week that the second impeachment motion was drafted and debated at the County Assembly. This was an allegation that, the document that they sought to rely on, they relied on those documents then, and they're still the same document that they're relying on. In this letter, dated 5th October 2023, on page 170, the County Public Service Board, the Secretary of the County Public Service Board is communicating to the Chief of Staff that we would like to inform you that we have exhausted the available vacancies in the Office of the Governor as per the Transition Authority Circular of 6th September 2013. We have concluded on the recruitment process for staff in the Governor's office. Attached, please find the list of the officers who have been so far employed in the Office of the Governor. And, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that list has 29 employees, 19 directly under the Governor's office, and 10 under the Deputy Governor's office. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 6th October 2023, that is the following day, the first letter is dated 5th October 2023. The second letter comes on, it's dated 6th October 2023, but delivered on 5th December 2023. That is after the impeachment motion. The first letter is dated, appearing on page 170, is dated 5th October, but was sent to the Chief of Staff on 17th October when it is received. The second letter is dated, appearing on page 175 of the same bundle of documents. It is dated 6th October 2023 and received on 5th December 2023. Page 175, volume 1B of the Governor's bundle of documents. This letter, the bond has appointed Gitobu Tunu Gatweri as an administrative officer to replace Ellen Bahati Matilu, who left service. She will be placed in the Deputy Governor's office. This is therefore to give you authority to load her into the payroll.
What was the response to that?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, by a letter dated 15th December 2023, it's appearing on page 173, volume 1B of these documents, the Chief of Staff responds on authority to loan in the payroll and indicates that it has been brought to our attention that by a letter dated 6th October, you have ordered the Chief Officer in charge of Public Service Management to loan a certain Gitobu Tunu Gatweri, whom you have apparently appointed as an administrative officer, employee under the Office of the Governor. This is a protest letter, and on page 174, the letter runs to page 174 of specific importance before this honorable assembly, and Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is that the Chief of Staff says, be reminded also that solely the Governor has previously and including in the recent impeachment proceedings, both the brunt of allegations of bloated workforce under the Office of the Governor, and is not willing to preside over further appointments and overloading of the payroll as suggested by your latest communication. And in the same memo, is saying that be advised that there is an administrative officer at the Deputy Governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. So the Governor is resisting any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. I think you have been clear beyond peradventure. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll close there in chief. You'll wait for questions, Mr. Mnene. Okay.
Council for County
the
Assembly.
witness seems to have one more issue to clarify as counsel of
Very well.
Mr.
You may
Speaker,
proceed.
honorable members, there is also an allegation that has been raised on the issue of that the governor has been accused of abuse of office for paying Kiabi Christas Manyara his full salary while still in remand. I'm aware that the County Public Service Bond, pursuant to Sections 59(1)(c) of the County Government Act, is the one mandated with the disciplinary powers. The County Public Service Bond, it has the disciplinary powers, and when it comes to the issue of interdiction of an employee, it is the role of the County Public Service Bond to do the interdiction. On disciplinary powers, at times the County Public Service Bond has delegated its disciplinary powers through some authorized officers. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that the governor is not an authorized officer within the meaning of Section 86 of the County Government Act. So it cannot be said that the governor has failed to interdict an employee under the public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munene.
For the record, Mr. Speaker, my name is Mwangi Ndego. I'll be taking about 10 minutes in cross. Bwana Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes. Yes, sir.
How are you, Bwana Dixon?
I'm fine, thank you.
I refer you to your affidavit at page 24 of your documents, specifically paragraph 3 of your affidavit. You depone the issue of the revocation of the appointment, correct?
Yes.
Do you dispute that Ms. Miriti was appointed?
No, I don't.
Now, you have also deponed that the appointment was not legal, and you have deponed the issue of revocation of the appointment, correct?
Correct.
And it is your evidence that the revocation was pursuant to the legal advice.
Correct.
And you're on record that the legal advice was done both by yourself and the alleged legal advisor.
Correct.
Now, have you brought to this Senate an original copy of that legal advice?
No.
Do you have even a certified copy?
No.
Now, I take you to that legal advice, Bwana Munene. The legal advice is to be found at page 11 of the Governor's bundle of documents,
Yes.
Volume 1B, honorable members. Now, in that legal advice, legal opinion, Bwana Munene, page 11 of the Governor's response, Volume 1B, marked as KM5. That legal advice, Bwana Munene, do we have someone signing off as who is the author of that document? At the last page, page 12.
It indicates legal advisor.
Do you have it reflecting the name?
No, it does not reflect the name.
It doesn't reflect the name of either the alleged legal advisor or your own or your own name, does it?
It does not.
Honorable Senators, I want to move with you to the affidavit of one Linda Gaki Kiome that was filed yesterday before the Senate, yesterday afternoon. I hope we all have that affidavit. It's a standalone affidavit that was filed yesterday afternoon by Linda Gaki Kiome. Now, Mr. Munene, do you have that affidavit?
No,
And in that affidavit, there is an annexure.
I don't have the affidavit.
You can supply a copy.
Okay.
Please look at the last annexure that was applied by Linda Gaki Kiome, the notice of intention to terminate your contract. Do you have that copy, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you read the second sentence, paragraph that starts with the word, the reason for termination?
The reason for termination is due to your perennial unavailability to offer legal advice as and whenever the governor requires you.
The second sentence, the sentence preceding, before that, or after that?
You have also disheartened your obligation as a legal advisor to the governor and instead concentrated on your schedule as a council member of the LSK and also in the running of your law firm,
Now,
which
Mr.
you are
Munene,
sole
stop at that.
proprietor.
So this is an intention, notice of intention to terminate the contract of Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
Yes,
And the reasons for termination is perennial unavailability and desertion of work, correct?
correct.
And what is the meaning of the word perennial? Is it not annually, perennially?
Many times.
Many
several.
times. When is the date of this letter?
26th March 2024.
26th?
March 2024.
Proceed to the sentence that begins with the word, when the governor.
When the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December 2023, and in an attempt to amicably resolve it, you intimated that due to the exigencies of your schedule, you contemplated resigning.
In December, which year?
2023.
That means that as of December 2023, the governor already had issues with her legal advisor, one Linda Gaki Kiome, correct?
It indicates so.
Is that not the inference?
That is what it infers.
Now, I take you back to the internal memo, Mr. Sorry, before I take you back to the internal memo, I take you to the date of the internal memo. When is the date of the internal memo?
23rd February 2024.
23rd?
February 2024.
A date coming after the governor having issues with her legal advisor, correct?
Correct.
A date coming after the governor having identified that her legal advisor has perennially deserted work, correct?
Not correct.
Do you want me to take you back to the intention to terminate?
Yes, which is coming on 26th March 2024. That is when the issue of perennial that is coming. Yes, 26th March 2024.
Thank you. Now, the paragraph that says when the governor raised this concern over the same issue, what issue was the governor raising in the month of December 2023 with her legal advisor, Mr. Munene? Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion of work?
It talks about exigencies of the schedule and contemplating. Yes, it is.
Is it not the issue of perennial unavailability and desertion?
Yes.
As of December 2023?
Yes.
The governor had problems with her legal advisor for being unavailable at work?
Yes.
Yet in 23rd February 2024, the to advise the governor. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, if we are to look at the veracity and the legality of that opinion, Mr. Munene, which you have admitted that you did indeed give or issue, and as an advocate, what's the legality of that opinion in light of Section 58.5 of the County Government Act? Can I take you there, kindly?
Yes, sure.
Section Volume 3, the County Assembly Bundle, Volume 3. The County Assembly Bundle, Volume 3, at page 51. At page 51. Page 50 and page 51, section 58 is about composition of the County Public Service Board. Mr. Munene, can you kindly read section 58(5) of the County Government Act?
I am not there yet, so if you could be assistant with a copy.
Kindly.
Thank you.
Page 51.
Yes.
Can you kindly read?
The members of the board may only be removed from office on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 251(1) of the Constitution. Less than 75. She was an ex-officio
Yes
member
or no?
of the board.
Is
No.
she not a secretary?
She's a secretary.
Does this fly on the face?
Sergeant at arms. Sergeant at arms, is everything okay?
Mr. I hope my time was post, Honorable Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it's your evidence that the
Just hold on, Council.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Munene, it is your evidence that the secretary is an ex-officio member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you kindly look at page 50 of the same volume 3 band of the County Assembly, section 58(1) on the composition of the board? Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
What is the composition of the board?
The County Public Service Board shall comprise a chairperson appointed in accordance with section 58A, at least.
C, specifically C, go to section 58, subsection 1C.
I'm on 58, at least 3 but not more than 5 members appointed in accordance with section 58A, a certified public secretary.
A certified?
Public secretary.
So is a certified public secretary a member of the board?
An ex-officio member.
But a member of the?
An ex-officio member.
Where is the issue of ex-officio on section 58(1)(c)?
Because
constrain yourself to that section. Is a secretary a member of the board? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in respect of section 58(5), is the procedure depicted under section 58(5) the procedure for removal of the secretary? Correct?
It's for the members of the board.
And the secretary, correct?
Article 251.
No. Mr. Munene, Section 58.5, the members of the board may only be removed from office pursuant to Section 58.5, correct?
Yes, and Article
Correct?
251.
Yes or no?
Correct.
Now, in respect to the legal opinion, doesn't that legal opinion that you claim to have given fly on the face of Section 58.5 and Article 251? Yes or no?
No.
Now, Mr. Munene, I take you to the question of boards as paragraph 6 of your affidavit. You've deponed that the letter by the County Secretary dated 18th June 2023 was forwarded to the County Assembly in the name of Japhet Dombi, correct?
Correct.
Were you copied in those letters? Were you copied?
Take me to the letter, I will confirm whether I was copied or not.
Honorable Senators, the said letters are to be found at volume 1B of the governor's
Order, Honorable Senators. There is a lot of loud consultations. Kindly, let's hear the witness in silence.
Volume 1B, the governor's bundle, is marked as KM9A at page 53.
Yes, I am not copied in that letter.
That letter dated 18th June, are you copied?
I am not.
How did you become aware?
By virtue of my position as a county executive committee member.
How did you become aware? Were you copied?
I am not copied in the letter.
How did you become aware with the information?
By virtue of my position in the county executive.
Who informed you?
Yeah.
Who informed you?
The county secretary.
Is he testifying in this Senate today?
No.
Now, there was a response that you responded to the various requests by the county assembly, particularly the letter by the clerk seeking clarification on the missing information. That letter is to be found to be found in page 60 of the same bundle, the governor's bundle. It's marked as KM9H.
Yes, I'm there.
Is received 21st July 2023. Is a letter by the office of the clerk. Now, Mr. Munene, I kindly refer you to the last paragraph of that letter.
Yes.
Can you kindly read the last paragraph?
Yes.
Page 60. The Governor's Bundle, Volume 1B.
Kindly also feel free to provide any other additional information regarding the nominations that may facilitate the county assembly to effectively discharge its mandate. We look forward to your response and clarifications.
And the preceding paragraph, we are therefore
kindly asking for more information / clarification regarding the availability / existence of vacancies in the offices within which the nominations are being made in order to facilitate their transmission to the county assembly for consideration. This will enable the county assembly
Stop there, Bwana Munene. Okay. Did you ever forward a response in terms of providing the necessary information as required by the clerk? Yes or no?
Yes.
Where is the evidence? Kindly take us to the evidence, quickly.
It's on page 54, volume 1B, Governor's Bundle of Documents.
Did you provide the evidence on the further and better particulars as sought in terms of further information?
It It is talking stroke clarifications. It is providing a clarification.
Now, let me take you to our bundle where were you not appointing members of the board to non-existent positions or positions that have already been filled up?
No?
Honorable members, we are referring to page 52 of the County Assembly response. Volume 2, Honorable Senators. Page 52, Volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. Volume 2 of the County Assembly documents, exhibits. Now, Bwana Munene, can you kindly read out that Gazette notice? Page 52, Honorable Senators. Mr. Munene, very quickly, time is not with us. Can you read out the Gazette notice number?
Gazette notice number 538, the Constitution of Kenya, the County Government
Time, Mr. Munene, can you go to the content of the Gazette notice? It is notified.
Okay. It is notified for public information that the governor of the County Government of Meru has extended the period of appointment of the Meru County Revenue Bond contained in Gazette Notice number 5202 of 2017 for a period of 3 years with effect from the 15th December 2020.
So is that not an extension of the office bearers then?
Yes, it is.
As at 15th December 2020?
As at 6th December 2020. The Gazette Notice
expiring
is dated,
for a period of?
The Gazette Notice is dated 6th December 2020.
It's dated 15th
and it
November.
says that the extension will be with effect with 15th December 2020.
When was the extension to expire? When was it to expire, Mr. Munene?
On 14th December 2023.
14th December
2023.
Now, in your letter dated 18th
September 2023.
In your letter, the letter at the governor's bundle, Honorable Senators, at page 54. When you read that as against the county, the letter by the county, the office of the clerk at page 60. Mr. Munene, at page 60 of the governor's bundle, Mr. Munene, at page 60, we are therefore kindly asking for more information, clarification regarding the availability, existence of vacancies in the office within which the nominations are being made. Is that so?
Which paragraph is that?
Wasn't the clerk asking for information as to which office the members were being nominated to?
Yes, through clarification.
As at 21st July 2023?
Yes.
And that is what you responded by your letter dated 18 September 2023?
Yes.
Did you supply information as to which office that you are nominating those members?
It sought information through clarification.
You supply?
Yes, the clarification.
Yes or no? Did you supply? Did you clarify that the office was already having office bearers?
Yes.
Were these office bearers in office on 18 September 2023?
Yes.
To which office were you nominating members?
The nominees of the County Revenue Board are made in anticipation of their lapse of term on 14th December 2023. That is the clarification.
Mr. Speaker, I cede my few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Kawira. And Mr. Dego.
Mr. Munene, the letters appearing on pages 54, 55 to 56. You must be aware that the County Assembly contends that those documents are outright forgeries, correct?
Sorry?
The documents appearing from pages 54 to 56 of the Governor's Volume 1B, you are aware that we contend that those documents are forgeries, correct?
Yes.
And because his allegation was brought out yesterday,
yes,
and the clerk was here,
yes,
have you sought the leave of the Speaker or made any attempts to bring the delivery note of these 3 letters that you purport and that you say you are aware they were received by the office of the clerk?
No,
You've not made such an attempt?
we have not made the attempt.
Okay. Is it a coincidence that these 3 letters, and Mr. Speaker, I do not purport to be a forensic examiner or a forensic expert, or a document examiner, rather, but is it a coincidence that these 3 letters that were in different months, in fact in different years, is it a coincidence that the 3 of them were stamped on the same place, different months, different years?
What do you mean by same place?
Just look at the letterhead of those 3 letters.
They are stamped on different pages.
Stamp, yes, but same place, correct?
Not same.
Okay. I'll leave the Honorable Senators to draw their own conclusion. Mr. Munene, you said that there is a requirement that the County Assembly actually table and adopt a resolution with respect to petitions that are made by members of the public. Is that your position?
Sorry?
Is there a requirement, or what is your position with regard to, was there a requirement, rather, this is the question, was there a requirement that a resolution be passed by the County Assembly for the removal of those officers? That is the Chief of Staff and the County Secretary, pursuant to that public petition. Is there a requirement in law?
The requirement is that the resolution, the report is tabled to back to the County Assembly.
No, is there a requirement? Because you say that there's a requirement that a resolution be passed by the County Assembly. That there is debate and a resolution passed. Is there such a requirement in law?
The letter makes reference to resolutions of the Assembly, not of the committee, of the Assembly.
Yes. Let me refer you to that report. That is Honorable Speaker, that is volume 2 of the Assembly documents, the exhibits in support of the impeachment motion, at page 140. Page 140 of volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. At 5.2, you will see the committee's recommendations. Is that the Assembly or the committee's recommendations?
These are the committee's recommendations.
And what is recommendation number 2? That the governor do dismiss the County Secretary and the Chief of Staff, correct?
Yes.
I'll refer you to our volume 4. Our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, the County Assembly documents. Volume 4, that is at page 295. Volume 4 of the County Assembly documents, those are the standing orders. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Page 295 of volume 4 of the County Assembly documents. On committee of petitions, I'll read it out and you tell me whether you agree with it. Every petition presented or reported pursuant to this part shall stand committed to the relevant sectoral committee. 2, whenever a petition is committed to a sectoral committee, the committee shall in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner or petitioners and laid on the table of the Assembly, and no debate on or in relation to the report shall be allowed, but the Speaker may, in exceptional circumstances, allow comments or observations in relation to the report to the petitions for not more than 20 minutes. So, do you still maintain the position that there needed to be a debate and a resolution passed by the County Assembly in light of this standing order on the public petition that was passed by the County Assembly of
You
Meru?
did not get me clearly. I said that the resolution that you are making reference to of the Assembly.
Yes.
You said resolutions of the County Assembly.
Yes.
Which are in existence. We do not have in the bundle of your documents resolutions of the County Assembly adopting that report, and that is that is your allegation.
I'll refer you, Mr. Munene, to page. Honorable Speaker, the first paragraph. Kindly read out that first paragraph.
Reference is made to the above mentioned subject matter.
The second paragraph, I'm sorry, the second paragraph.
On Wednesday, 13th December 2023, during the afternoon sitting, the Joint Committee on Labor, Public Service and Social Welfare and the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Cohesion presented and lent their response to petition number 5 of 2023 by way of a report of their findings on the alleged gross violations of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and other statutory laws by various county executive committee members and chief officers within the county government of Meru to the Assembly.
Mr. Munene, what is irregular about this communication by the clerk to the petitioners in view of the fact that that report was laid on the floor?
The allegation here is on the county secretary and chief of staff. This particular paragraph I have read does not even mention the county secretary or chief of staff. It is talking about county executive committee
fair enough.
members.
It is the heading. It is a response to which petition? Petition number 5 of 2023, correct?
Let me read.
It is petition number 5 of 2023, correct, Mr. Munene?
Mine is not clear.
Honorable Speaker, I think the witness is now filibustering. I'll end it at that. I'll leave
No,
the
he
members.
just said his copy is not clear, and therefore he couldn't read it. Just provide him with a clear copy. We conclude this.
Very well. On my copy, it is petition number 5 of 2023. Can you see that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, petition number 5 of 2023.
Mr. Munene, to the best of your knowledge, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public?
Sorry?
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Munene, is that the petition that was presented by 1611 members of the public with respect to all these officers, chief officers, CECMs?
Yes, it is.
And the county secretary as well?
Unless I confirm.
Unless you confirm.
Yes.
I leave it at that, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Munene, I'll be very brief with you. Kindly confirm that prior to your admission as an advocate, you underwent a rigorous training in the advocates training program, correct?
I confirm.
And that during that training, you must have interacted with a topic called legal drafting, correct?
Legal drafting?
You must have been trained in legal drafting, correct or not correct?
Correct.
And as such, I refer you to the opinion by the questioned opinion by Advocate Linda. In that drafting, you are taught on how to do legal document, correct or not correct?
Correct.
For example, you are taught on how to draft a letter, yes?
Yes.
And any other legal correspondence, correct?
Yes.
And you are told the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes?
Not all.
You are taught on the characters that must appear on any legal document, yes or no?
Yes.
And as such, in any legal document, there must be an identification of the person drafting that document, yes?
Yes.
Kindly look at that document.
I am on it.
Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes.
Look at where the signature is purportedly embossed or placed. Does it bear the person drafting it?
Yes. Legal advisor.
No. What is the name of the person who drafted that document?
The name is not there, but the title is.
That is not there, correct?
Yes.
That is what you are taught in law school, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me finally ask you one more question. You communicated to the Senate that you also act as a legal advisor, correct?
Sorry?
You said that you advised the governor,
Yes.
in conjunction with Linda, on how to deal with that issue of the CEO, correct?
Yes.
And that you acted as a legal advisor, correct?
Yes.
What is your job description? What is your job description, Mr. Munene?
To advise the governor.
What is your constitutional job description? Are you a legal advisor or are you a CEC?
I am a CEC.
You are a CEC.
Yes.
Who also doubles up as a legal advisor, correct?
That is part of my...
I'm asking who also doubles up.
Yes.
So you have two job descriptions, correct?
Part of advice.
You have two job descriptions, Mr. Munene.
No.
Kindly look at the TA, Transitional Authority document appearing on volume 3, volume 2, at page that one, the Transition Authority. Ulikuwa umetoa. Transition Authority, you had it. A moment.
Page 2, it is page 191.
Page 191.
Of
volume 2. Is it that one? See, okay, just get it. But before we go to that, as I look for it, Mr. Munene, you are aware, Mr. Munene?
Yes.
176. Wachana na katiba, haiko hapo.
It's the act.
One. Page 178, Honorable Senators. You are aware that there was a transitional authority that was constituted that was to oversee the transition from the local government to the county government, correct?
I'm aware.
And that during that particular of trying to formulate the county government, they issued a communique dated 16th of September 2013, correct?
Correct.
And that document creates the offices that were to work under the governor's office, yes?
Yes.
And that you, as a CEC, is part of what is contemplated, yes?
No, it is not. CC is in the County Government Act. It's not in the transition.
Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 108 or 180 of that document. Yes? Volume 2, page 180. Mr. Munene?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see where there is a provision for the legal advisor?
Yes.
Are you the legal advisor to the governor?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
The County Assembly, are you done with your cross-examination?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The Council for Governor, you may re-examine your witness.
Mr. Munene, I'll have a few questions for you, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Council, for the Assembly starting point was on the governor's legal advisor.
Yes.
How many advisors does the governor have?
3. We have a political advisor, economic advisor, and legal advisor.
Mr. Munene, are you among the legal advisors?
No.
Thank you. You have been shown the legal advisory through an internal memo that was issued by the legal advisor. To you, is that in contention?
It is not.
As a legal practitioner, was it necessary for the name to be indicated?
Not necessarily. It's an internal memo. It's actually it's a legal advice, not a legal opinion, as are you dead?
Thank you. Is there an active matter in court between the said Linda Kiome and the Honorable Governor?
There is.
Has that matter been determined yet?
No, it's still active.
Thank you. You are shown an affidavit by Linda Kiome. Do you have that affidavit with you?
Yes, I do.
When was the notice of intention to terminate issued?
It is dated 26th March 2024.
Was there a subsisting relationship as of December 2023, as a matter of fact?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. An insinuation or innuendo was passed that the advisor was unavailable completely. Are you in a position to confirm whether it was sporadic appearance or total shutdown, unavailability?
She was not totally unavailable. She was available, but there was perennial absence that was noted.
Thank you for that clarification.
And the other
That will
thing
be
is
all.
that she was still earning a salary, so she was still an employee of the governor. She earned a salary until the date of the lapse of the notice. She was an employee until 30th April 2024. A legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Mnene. That will be all for this witness.
Honorable Senators, for those who wish to seek for clarification or questions or pose questions to the witness, this is the moment. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have some 2 or 3 questions to you, witness. The first question relates to charge number 1. Is there a difference between revocation and dismissal or removal from office? That is question number 1. Question number 2. Is the Secretary or CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board an ex officio member, or they are a member they are a voting member of that board? And then finally, is it the practice that I can be a CEO of an institution and at the same time a holder of an office in the same institution? So I have taken leave of absence from being an officer in order to be a CEO in the same organization. Is that part of good governance practice in human resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member. I start with the first question on revocation and dismissal. Those are, in my opinion, and which I believe is the opinion of the law, revocation is different from dismissal. An appointment is made pursuant to certain condition precedents of qualifications. And the moment the appointing authority realizes that those qualifications have not been met, they have that residual right to recall the appointment, which is technically revocation. It is recalling an appointment. Dismissal, it's a dismissal pursuant to Section 41 of the Employment Act. Thank you. The other question on whether whether the secretary of the county public service board is an ex officio member or a voting member. I confirm that the county secretary, the secretary of the county public service board does not have a voting right in the county public service board. As such, she's an ex officio member. And Article 251, Article 1 on their removal excludes actually ex officio member. Says that a member other than an ex officio member may be removed pursuant to that provision. So the secretary of the county public service board is not immune to provision of section 58. Lastly, it is not good governance practice for a person to take a position of a CEO and continue to be a public officer in the same institution. The court has rendered its opinion on that severally, and it has indicated that you cannot freeze one position for 6 years, take another position, await the 6 years to lapse, and come back and purport to continue in that previous position that you had taken.
Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Munene, I derive my question from the two letters that you took us through in bundle 1B, that is the governor's evidence, appearing at page 170 and 175. The first one letter received on dated 5th of October 2023, received on the 12th of October 2023. And the second, which is of interest to me, is appearing at page 175, dated 6th of October 2023, received on 5th of December 2023. In that second memo, there is a gentleman, Gitobu Tunu, who is appointed to replace one Helen Bahati Matilu. Recall in your earlier letter, you indicated that the workforce within the office of the governor and the deputy governor comprised 29 employees. I can't see 29. Could you confirm that indeed that was the position, or the communication referred to a completely different person not within the employee of the deputy governor's personnel?
You may proceed to respond, witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I confirm that Helen Bahati Matilu is the one that being replaced, and in the letter that that appears at page 173, it's of importance, the last paragraph indicates that whereas no request for appointment of an administrative officer was made from myself as the chief of staff under the governor and deputy governor, be advised that there is an administrative officer at the deputy governor's office who was deployed and has been there from 23rd February 2023. To put this in context is that the Saint Ellen Bahati Matilu appointment had been revoked for having not genuine academic certificates. After the revocation, an administrative officer was deployed to that office of the deputy governor. And that is what it is confirming, that from 23rd February 2023, that administrative officer was in that office.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, when I heard your introductions, you said you are county attorney.
No.
Yeah. Is CCM?
Just put the record straight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the CCM in charge of legal affairs, public service management, and administration.
Okay, that's even better for me. So there is an issue that has always caused problems for us. I just wanted to get clarification from you. Issue of public participation. So as a county attorney, I just wanted you to shed some light to us. When you do public participation, do you use your professional staff as a county, or it's in order for MCAs to conduct public participation on their own and prepare minutes? Maybe you could refer to page 355, volume 5, where I think minutes were taken and recorded by MCA. I've seen it in 340. It appears severally in the report that is before us. I wanted your comment. Then number 2, I just wanted you to look at the same bundle from page 27 all through to page 70. Okay.
Sorry,
the number
can I kindly get the copy?
That is volume 5. I'm sure the lawyers will give you.
Thank you.
Okay. There are a number of photos.
Senator Mogeni, you had not more than 2 minutes. I will, under standing order number 1, give you 1 minute.
Have a look at those photos and just confirm to me whether there is, whether the people who did the public participation are staff of the county assembly or it was done by the public members themselves. Finally, I wanted you to respond to the issue that has been coming from court. Public participation needs to be quantitative, qualitative, and meaningful. If you go to page 463, the people who attended public participation are given as 3. Page 467, 3 people attended. 468, nobody attended. 471, 5 people. 485, 7. 541, 6. So, as an attorney from the county government of Meru, what would be your comment with the documents that we have where the attendance is given as 3, 7 people? Is that the normal practice when you do public participation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public participation, ordinarily, when it comes to the impeachment of a governor, is carried out by the staff of the county assembly. Although, under the county government, we have a Directorate of Public Participation and Civic Education, which is at the county executive. So I believe probably because of perceived conflict, that is why the county assembly prefers to carry out public participation using their staff, the county assembly staff. In my opinion, and I believe in the opinion of the law, there has been a decision on public participation. I believe the decision that was illegalizing the Finance Act 2023 to majorly dwelled on public participation. It needs to be qualitative, quantitative, and there has to be a report to the parties or to the participants. They need to know what is the outcome of this public participation. Public participation means there are some number of pages in the document that has been computed. You find that there are few participants, 1, 2, 3. Others, like the document that I'm in, page 468, it appears that it has not been recorded as having any participants. I believe it's due to the exigencies of time within which the county assembly has to process an impeachment motion the moment that it has been tabled. They have to carry out public participation within 7 days, and they have also to debate that motion between 7 to 10 days, within 7 to 10 days. So in this particular case, public participation was allegedly carried out during the same day, on one day, in the 45 warrants. And a notice that was given for that participation was a 4 days notice. So the reason why that why we have a very low turnout, I believe partly is because of the short notice, and partly also because, probably those who decided to abstain did not support the motion.
Dixon Munene in LSK portal.
Probably those who decided to abstain did not support the motion.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, in Kanata Dixon Munene in LSK portal, you have indicated that your workplace is Okubasu and Munene Advocates. For me, secondly, on the issue of the legal advisor, yesterday she contested that the legal advice or the letter that was being purported being tabled as the memo, she didn't sign. And in her submission, she said that she needed to brief you before briefing the governor as a legal advisor. Number 3, and finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at the letter by transitional authority, the governor has been given personal staff. In your affidavit, you have indicated that the governor has pushed to reduce the number of staff. But quick assessment in page 171, 1B, volume 1B, governor has 4 drivers, so I presume he has 4 vehicles, and he has 5 support staff who are not indicated. Is this in line with the circular that was issued with transitional authority in your submission? Finally, under the same letter, all correspondence and communications should be and must be the county secretary. Are you the county secretary of Meru? Are you the CCM? Or are you the legal advisor? Can you clarify? Because you have witnessed in letters that has not even been copied to you as the CCM in charge of legal affairs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Witness, proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start from the portal that appears, indicates that I practice in the firm of Okubasu and Munene Advocates. That was my former workplace before I joined the county executive. I need to follow up with the LSK to make the changes. I note that they have not been made there. 2, on the issue of, sorry, I seem to have lost the trail of thought.
You didn't get the question?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the other questions.
On the pen so that we don't go back to it. Senator Chirange, just pose it again.
Mine, Mr. Speaker, quickly, under page 171, volume 1B, the letter that has been part of the evidence, in the breakdown of governor's personal staff, there are 4 drivers, so I presume there are 4 vehicles, and there are 5 staff that their job description has not been indicated. So the question should be, in your affidavit, you have indicated the governor is trying to bring down the wage bill. And finally, the final question was, under the same letter by the transitional authority, all communications and correspondence should be and must be through the county secretary. So my question is, are you CCM in CCM? Are you county secretary or are you legal advisor? Who are you in Meru? It looks like you are the king of Meru, and we don't know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed page 171, volume 1B of the governor's documents. It indicates that the governor has 4 designated drivers. I believe the governor has 3 vehicles. There has to be a reliever. There is also the issue of the support staff. That is as per the Transitional Authority advisory, where it talks of support, a few support staff. On the issue as to whether I am the CCM, the County Secretary of the King, or Meru County, I confirm that I am the CCM. I'm not a County Secretary. There is a County Secretary by the name Dr. Kiambi Aderu.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just needed clarity on the charge of illegally dismissing Dr. Ntoire. I think you're aware of that case. That also includes Paul Maniki, Kenneth Kinuthi Mbaye, and Joseph Kithure. Right. I wanted to ask you, could you confirm to this House if indeed these officers were dismissed by the governor? And if so, what procedure did she use to dismiss them? If she's the one who did the dismissals, or was legal procedure followed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that the officers were not dismissed by the governor. The gravamen of that dispute was that they were sent on compulsory leave by the county secretary, the former county secretary. They disputed that later sending them on compulsory leave. They went to court. The court stayed the decision to send them on compulsory leave. They came back, served their term. Some of them resigned, like Dr. Ntoire resigned after the court stayed the decision sending them on compulsory leave. Another one did not resume. The other two served their term, the contract term, until it lapsed. So there is no instance or incidence of dismissal. They were never dismissed.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to the letter by the legal counsel, Madam Linda, she was here yesterday. She really did indicate that, according to her, in short, this letter is just fake. And in her qualifications, she cannot actually put the composition of the wordings. I listened to you, and you also at some point really acknowledge that the standard of this letter is not to a level of a qualified legal person. At this point, are you on the same page with Madam Linda that truly this letter looks or it is fake? And secondly, there has been issues in some of the positions, case example, the chair positions in different boards, that there are no appointees. In your acts, it is key and mandatory to have chairpersons who form the composition of any committee. What was your legal advice to the governor as far as, case example, the County Revenue Board, which up to date does not have a chairperson? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member. The letter by the legal advisor, let me make this categorical. I did not indicate that that letter is fake. As to the advice that is given there, I do not see any mediocrity or mediocre in the legal advice that is given there. This is an advice that was being given to a governor who does not have the background of legal knowledge. So it is a simplistic letter that is meant for the consumption of the governor. On composition of the appointment of the County Revenue Board chairperson, the advice that I gave the governor is that the law requires, Section 6 of the County Revenue Board Act requires that the governor should appoint the chairperson who is supposed to be, through the approval, upon the approval of the county assembly, and 2 other members. The same act indicates that in the absence of the chairperson, one of the members or the vice chairperson will take over the role of the chairperson. Indeed, the governor forwarded 3 names to the county assembly for approval. That is the chairperson and the 2 members. When this delayed, the delay in the approval persisted, and the 2 members that had been, the 3 members, that is the chairperson and 2 other members, served their term up to 14th December when it lapsed, I advised the governor, since the law does not strictly require the approval of these 2 members by the county assembly, my advice to the governor that she can proceed and appoint the 2 members and leave the position of the chairperson vacant until it has been approved by the assembly. And these 2 members, together with the CEO and the chief officer finance, would constitute the revenue board. And that way the bond will be able to run without any issues.
Thank you. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've followed submissions by Munene and the other witnesses. There is a very simple way of settling this conflict on this legal advice. The Speaker, I would want the witness to tell the House or submit to the House who has custody of the original copy of the legal advice.
Witness, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can endeavor to get that a copy of the original copy. Indeed, from the office of the governor, I believe this private secretary.
Mr. Munene, you know we have to conclude this hearing by today. And you knew that that particular legal advice was there was a lot of contention that was surrounding this particular piece of legal advice. In the morning, the County Assembly Council, in fact, made an application that the original copy be produced. And I ruled that it shall be, that will be handled when the team of the governor will get to the space where they will want to rely on that particular legal advice. If that legal advice is still your evidence, then before we close, it must be looked at by the honorable senator so that we conclude this debate as to whether it is fake or is not fake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the legal team for the governor's hand.
Because in the absence of the original copy, each side will basically settle for their own opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to guide you on this, but I would request that you give that as a directive, that at a point that is appointed by you, that advice then should be made available to us so that it helps us to make a decision. I think.
I will not direct the team of the governor on how best to present their case. If you feel withholding the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. If you feel by producing the original makes your case stronger, then so be it. It's really within your powers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm humbly guided by your directions and the discretion for the defense team to avail or not to avail. But I was making a humble request that in the event the same is availed, that you grant the county assembly an opportunity to recall that particular witnesses for purpose of identification of that document. I am most humbled.
Very well. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I am asking the witness this question again. The witness, Linda, explained very clearly to the House that she was requested or directed by the governor to work with you. Now, from my understanding, and that's why I'm seeking your clarification, working with you, working with the minister in that department means that she was working under you, technically. So can you clarify to us whether this legal advice, when it was being written, was it cleared by you? Were you aware of it before it left the department to go to the governor? Just clear for us, because then it might help us to know the authenticity of this letter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I was aware of this legal advice when it was sent to the governor. We discussed about this issue. Indeed, we used to work together as a team. We used to discuss issues together, especially on legal issues. We used to consult with the legal advisor severally. Most of the time, it would be when there's a legal issue that needs to be addressed, we won't work together. And I can confirm that when this legal advice was dispatched to the governor, I was aware.
Now, honorable senators, due to the time factor, we will terminate this witness at that. And the team of the governor, do you still have more witnesses you want to call? You may now proceed to call them. Call the next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next witness is Evans Kawira.
Clerk, how many minutes do we have for the team of the governor so that they can prepare themselves accordingly on how to manage that time? So the governor's team, you have 1 hour, 25 minutes, not just for this witness, but for all the remaining witnesses. And the county assembly, you have 32 minutes to do your cross-examination on the remaining witnesses. Yes, Senator Fonandi.
Mr. Speaker, just your indulgence and guidance. When just under 1 minute, when CPA Ibrahim Mutwiri Kirimi, who was the CCM of Finance, appeared, I asked a clarification question on his standing at the ISPAC, where the membership number was 10,955, and membership status is active, and status is not in good standing. But in his submission, Mr. Speaker, mark you under Odds and Statutory Declaration ACAP 15, Mr. Speaker, under Section 11, when you don't follow the oath that you have given, the law is punishable at that. Mr. Speaker, I have gone ahead and obtained from the ISPAC website, and I want to table to the House and for the information to indicate that CPA Kirimi Ibrahim W. Mutwiri was not honest by saying that he's not is in good standing, yet from the ISPAC itself, it says not in good standing. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table and maybe...
Senator Fernandez, I'm afraid I may not allow you to table that document unless you get it certified by ISPAC.
Okay.
You have just sought clarification from the witness who just been stood down. And from the website, it still indicates that he's an associate or a partner in a law firm, whereas indicated that he left a while ago. But it's only that the information had not been updated. So unless we get a certified copy of a document from SPAC indicating that particular information, I'm afraid I will not allow you to table that document. You know what to do, so you don't need to seek my permission. Yeah. Yes.
You know, Mr. Speaker, these are quasi-judicial proceedings. This is a professional. He's being condemned without being given a chance to say his side of the story. This document would have been introduced and given to the witness when he was on the witness box. But I think if we now produce it, table it, it becomes a public document without his side of the story, we would have condemned him and had, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if it was satisfied, if it was certified, I wouldn't mind recalling the witness so that he has a chance to also explain his side. But downloading from the website isn't good enough. Counsel, you may proceed with your witness.
I, Evans Moira Karia, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Confirm your full names and the position you hold within Meru County.
As I've stated, my name is Evans Moira Karia. I do represent a ward called Mitungu Ward, that is in South Imenti, Meru County. I'm also a second-term serving MCA, and I was formerly the immediate former majority leader of the County Assembly of Meru, of the UDA party in the Assembly, and I was also the mover of the last impeachment motion that was prosecuted in this Honorable Senate, and it was deemed that all the counts were unsubstantiated.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You have sworn an affidavit that you have produced before the Senate. Confirm that it's the one appearing at page 36 of volume 1 of the governor's response. Confirm that that is your affidavit.
I do confirm.
You do confirm. Attached to your affidavit is also authority to swear, where several members of the County Assembly of Meru have given you authority to plead and swear this affidavit on their behalf. Can you confirm that?
I do confirm that 17 members have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Honorable Senators, that document appears on the last page, just after page 50. It is not paginated, but it should be page 51. Just after 50, there is authority to swear that has been attached to the affidavit. Confirm that you have the authority of all these members of County Assembly to stand here and offer evidence on their behalf, and if that is the case, why do you have that authority?
I do confirm that members who have appended their signature have given me the authority, and this is because it's a large number that they couldn't all appear here in the Honorable Senate to testify or be witnesses.
Thank you so much. You have also alluded to the fact that you were the mover of the previous motion for impeachment against the governor of Meru. Confirm that that is the motion that has been attached to volume 2 of the governor's response.
I do confirm.
You do confirm?
Yes.
We sat here yesterday, Mr. Witness, and we watched the mover of the current motion, one Zipporah Kenya. Do you know of her relationship with the previous motion for impeachment? And what kind of relationship is there?
Yes, I know one Honorable Zipporah Kenya, the mover of the present motion, very well. And she played a key role in drafting the previous motion. she sat down in the small team that finally came up with a motion that was brought in the previous impeachment motion in the Senate. And also, Honorable Zipporah Kinya took the position of the Deputy Majority Leader due to the fact that once I decided to support the governor, I was removed from that position.
We are heading there, Mr. Witness. For now, confirm that indeed you took the motion for impeachment last year from the current mover of the motion, that it was indeed a motion, but you took that motion from her. Is that the position?
I didn't take the motion from her, but once the small team sat down, it was decided that the motion has to be moved by the leader of the majority party then, and that's when it became my motion.
So it is your evidence then that the instructions to move the impeachment motion last year was a party position?
Yes, I do prove, I do state that.
And by party position, what party are you referring to and at what level?
The UDA party, the leadership at the county level. Since before we moved that motion, the then Secretary General of the UDA party had called me and told me that clearly that should not be prosecuted as the position of the UDA party, but that it was a party affair. That is the UDA party affair at the county level.
The governor was here last year and she's here again this year. And her defense has always been that she's being of Meru. Having participated in the impeachment process last year and now participating in this process again, but on her side, would you care to shed light on whether you are aware of any political influence from the political leadership of Meru, and if so, what kind of influence is there?
That is the position, and maybe, Honorable Speaker, I can give a little narration of how we came up with the second impeachment motion. After political leaders in Meru felt that the governor had gone rogue, members of the county assembly were mobilized upon party lines, and the first party to do that was the UDA party, where personally I was called by the UDA county coordinator then, and he called me for a meeting. And in that meeting that I attended with the majority whip of the UDA party in the assembly, we met with the chair of MP's caucus, one Honorable Rindikiri, who is also a UDA member, and also Honorable Kaduri Moronge, who is the Senator of Meru. And we made a decision that we have to communicate to other UDA members that it is the position of the party at that moment that we have to withdraw all the support for the governor within and without the assembly, and that we are to introduce a new impeachment motion that we call UDA party members or members of the county assembly belonging to the UDA party, and we communicated the same and issued a press conference to that effect. Other parties followed suit, that is Jubilee Party, No-PEO Party, BAS Party, DP. So all the assembly parties issued the same directive that members were to support the impeachment of the governor that we brought to the Senate in the last impeachment motion.
Thank you. Kindly give us the composition of party membership within the Meru County Assembly. How many members are there from each of the political parties?
The Meru County Assembly is comprised of 69 members, that is 45 elected members and 24 nominated members, where the largest party is the UDA party, but with a small margin of the majority, that is 21 members. The next party with or the minority party is the BAS party, which has got 20 members. Then we have Jubilee, which has got 11 members. We have PNU, we have No-PEO, we have DP, and also we have independents.
So is it your testimony that all these political parties were united in the quest to remove the governor of Meru?
That is true.
And we also watched the mover of the current motion on TV saying that it is the business of the Meru County Assembly to impeach the governor. And I was quick to translate the use of the word business into the Swahili language, biashara, connoting that there was monetary benefit by people who participate in the impeachment of the governor. Are you aware of any monetary incentives by people who either support the impeachment motion or any reprimand for any person that does not support the impeachment motion?
Yes, it is true that members of the Assembly do benefit financially during these impeachment processes. And because I'm on oath, I can only state that it was during the first impeachment motion that was defeated in this Honorable Senate that there was no inducement. The second one, there was a lot of inducement. And even this one, I believe there's a lot of inducement. And those who have not been in support of the impeachment motion have severely suffered on the hands of the Assembly.
Let us talk about the incentives that you're talking about. What nature are those incentives and where do they come from?
For example, right now when we are here in this, during these proceedings, members have been facilitated for more than 5 days to be in Nairobi, where they draw per diems and DSAs. And also, I'm aware that during this process, members were also put into a common area where they were held.
Before you proceed there, Honorable Zipporah was here yesterday, and I posed that question to her, and she denied categorically that any of the MCAs within Meru is earning allowances for this process. Are you saying that she lied, that you have yourself received these allowances during the last impeachment, and you received the same for this impeachment?
Yes, because we were facilitated by the Assembly to be in Nairobi for around five days, where we received DSAs and per diems.
How much do you receive as members of County Assembly whenever you appear at the Senate for the impeachment?
According to the directions or guidance by the SRC, whenever members are out in a county headquarters, they draw 14,000, which is the DSA for all county headquarters. So even here in Nairobi, they draw 14,000. Then they also facilitated or given transport back to and from Meru.
Does the County Assembly facilitate all the 69 members of County Assembly?
Not always. Unless there's a common cause, that's when maybe they can.
I'm asking for the impeachment processes that you are aware of, the second and third, last November and this one. Does the County Assembly facilitate all the members of the County Assembly?
The second impeachment motion, all members, only members who are in support of the impeachment motion were the ones who are facilitated. For this one, they sent out messages to everybody indicating that we should be in Nairobi for the Senate proceedings for about 5 days.
My understanding of the workings of the County Assembly is that you are only entitled to allowances if you are out on official duties and for a very specific purpose. Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Sorry?
Under what vote do you get these allowances?
Under what?
Under what vote? Under what?
Domestic travel. Domestic travel. It's actually domestic travel and accommodation.
For all the members of County Assembly?
Yes.
I want to refer you to page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Tell us the amount of expenses under domestic travels. 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly. Are you at page 382 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents?
Yes, I'm there.
How much is amount indicated as having been utilized under domestic travels? Have you identified that? Perhaps we can move, as we look for it, at page 272 of volume 1B. Tell us what was the Auditor General's comment on the county government's, county assembly's expense. Page 272, volume 1B. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
As the Auditor General flagged impeachment as a project of the county?
It is flagged as an activity of the County Assembly of Meru. Motions for the impeachment of the governor, Meru County, 2 motions for the 2 impeachment attempts.
Would the Auditor General flag a project if it had no monetary implication to the taxpayer?
No, because it should marry the financial statement, so it indicates that there was some monetary implication in that activity.
In your, have you now found page 382, volume 2 of the County Assembly? Tell us the expenses involved within the Meru County Assembly.
The County Assembly spent that 5.50 million on committee sitting allowances for the 68 MCAs against an annual budget allocation of 71.36. The average monthly sitting allowance was 57.63, and the County Assembly has established 27 committees.
Thank you. As I move to the next issue, confirm that each MCA that were in support of the motion last year walked away with at least 80,000 as facilitation from taxpayer, and that they are likely to walk away with the same amount this year.
That one I confirm because the DSA's paid was for 5 days and the transport allowance of 10,000.
So if we were to look at the 49 MCAs that are in support of this motion, times 80, that would be around 4 million Kenya shillings?
Yes, on average.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the next issue. Well, we were in Senate last year in November. You lost the impeachment motion, correct?
Yes, all the counts were not substantiated.
They were not substantiated. Tell us what transpired immediately when you lost the motion. Were there any reconciliatory efforts from your side? And by your side, I mean the members of the County Assembly that were in support of the impeachment motion. Were there any efforts to reconcile with the governor and have a working relationship with her?
There were none, and immediately we lost the impeachment motion. The following day, we met in a hotel in Nairobi, where all the 59 members and the Speaker of the Assembly were in support of the impeachment motion, together with the Deputy Governor and Honorable Mporo Abori came together. And in that meeting, it was deliberated that members should be taken for a retreat to freshen up and maybe relax.
Do you recall the name of the hotel where you attended and you had this meeting?
Yes, Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi.
Sunstar Hotel in Nairobi?
Yes.
You confirm that that meeting took place the following day after you lost the impeachment motion?
That is true.
What were the resolutions of that meeting?
I was just stating that it was agreed that the Assembly facilitates members for a retreat, for members to go and relax and freshen up maybe after the vigorous impeachment process that they taken. And then immediately after that...
The retreat was in addition to the 80,000 that each of you had pocketed?
No, it was a new retreat that members...
I'm saying it was in addition to what you had
Yes, in addition
pocketed.
to. In addition to.
Okay, proceed.
So we agreed that we'll be facilitating for a whole week, and we went to Mombasa for a whole week where we were facilitated along committee lines. Therefore, members who had been de-whipped earlier from committees were not participants, And we did committee work for 2 days. And for the rest of the days, we sat down to organize and plan on how to sabotage the government so that it doesn't work. And that is when the time it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the county assembly to try and impeach.
Mr. Kawira, you are using very strong terms here. Is it your evidence that members of the county assembly at taxpayers' expense went to Mombasa and planned on how to sabotage the governor? And you're saying that on oath?
That is my evidence, and I want to say to this Honorable Senate, that is when it was agreed that a petition be introduced in the assembly, petitioning or praying that all CCs for the county government of Meru, chief officers, the county secretary, and chief of staff be impeached so that the government can be sabotaged and does not function, because we have already lost the impeachment motion.
What petition is that you're talking about, and was that resolution ever acted upon, to the best of your knowledge?
It was acted upon because immediately we went back to Meru. A petition was brought to the assembly, praying for or requesting that the county assembly conducts or an investigation on around 7 CECs, I think 3 chief officers, and the county secretary and the chief of staff, that culminated to a report of the Joint Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, recommending the impeachment of or the removal from office of the county secretary and the chief of staff, and also give members of the assembly freedom, or they were at liberty to introduce impeachment motions for 3 CECs, and that was tabled in the assembly.
I want you to look at page 90 to 145 of the County Assembly's documents. That should be volume.
Page 92
of volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents, page 90 to 145. Can you take us to the place where you now term as the vision that was arrived at in Mombasa of impeaching, or rather sabotaging, in your own words, the governor's government by impeaching the CECs? Page 90.
Page 90 of volume.
Of the county government's exhibits?
This one exhibit for the governor.
I'll retrieve it shortly. So, as we retrieve that, confirm what transpired in actuation of that resolution.
I do confirm that the petition was brought to the assembly, and it was committed to a joint committee of JLAC, or Justice and Legal Affairs, and also the Labour Committee. And the resolutions or the recommendations of the committee came back that 3 CECs.
Before you proceed, Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 4 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at page 90 to 145. That's volume 4, County Assembly's bundle of documents. But, Mr. Witness, when I look at that petition, it is signed by members of the public. What relationship is there between these members of public or petitioners and members of the County Assembly?
That is on page
90 to 145, volume 4.
Yes, the petition is signed by members of the public, but in that meeting it was agreed that members of the county assembly look for friendly members of the public who can introduce the motion, or the petition, sorry, and one is a perennial petition in the assembly. One, Salesio Mutuma, who has signed that petition, has introduced more than, I think, 20 or 30 petitions in that assembly.
Is it your evidence then that these petitioners were procured by the members of the County Assembly for the purposes of appearing as if it was the public behind the impeachments?
I've stated so.
That is your evidence?
Yes.
How soon after the first impeachment was that petition brought before the Assembly?
In less than a month.
In less than a month. Was there any other resolution by members of the County Assembly to frustrate Her Excellency's government, and if so, in what way?
It was also agreed that we have to sabotage the government through the budget-making process, where members agreed that they will do an itemized budget, despite of the fact that the county government has always prepared an itemized budget, and also do an allocation to their respective wants at that point.
I am having serious problems, Mr. Witness, to fathom that members of the County Assembly would sit and scheme against the executive. Are you sure of your evidence? And do you really want to go on record as a witness of events that really transpired?
That is very true, because members were very bitter, because initially they had been assured that the governor of Meru was going. So
who had assured them? You are talking of assurance.
The
Who had
political
assured
class of leaders, especially those at the national level, but come from Meru County.
the Meru County? I want you to say that again for record purposes. Who, and if you're capable, you can mention names of people you think, or you know, not think, were giving that kind of assurance.
I'm saying...
Mr. Speaker, sir, while I do not like objecting, perhaps it would be important, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the witness limits himself to the evidence before the Assembly, so that he does not open Pandora's box and goes on a fishing expedition, mention names that will not be brought before you or before us for cross-examination or re-examination. That line will greatly prejudice our case unless we are assured that the names that shall be put on record will be made available for further re-examination. I am most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may respond to that issue. It is the governor's case that she's a victim of political witch hunt by the political leadership in Meru. Those facts have been alluded to in the affidavit of the witness. We have annexed video evidence which we will play. It is only fair for counsel to allow me conclude on that issue, unless, of course, I'm touching on a live nerve that he's aware of.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you may allow me in response.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Yes,
just take your seat. You know, yesterday I gave you some latitude because the counsel for the governor rose on a point of order on the very same issue. But I gave you latitude so that we run this smoothly. Kindly allow the governor to present her case the best way she knows how. Having said that, counsel for the governor, do not veer off so far from what is already before us by bringing very new material, which then will not able the counsel for the County Assembly to respond adequately. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be pursuing that line shortly, Mr. Witness. It is your testimony that you had been assured that the governor would indeed go home.
You see what happened, Honorable Speaker. Immediately after the first impeachment came to this assembly, came to this Honorable Senate, and all the counts were still unsubstantiated, we went back to Meru, and the president of this country, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and the deputy president initiated a reconciliation between the assembly and the executive, and the team from the assembly and the team from the executive led by the governor, while the team from the assembly was led by the speaker, stayed here at the office of the deputy president for 3 days. And we resolved all the matters that and brought us to the first impeachment motion. And therefore, when we went back to Meru, that was maybe for, I think, approximately from February, we had a cordial working relationship between the executive and the assembly, and that is the time that the assembly approved budgets for the school feeding program, the one cow, one needy family program, and so many others. But immediately when the political class sat down and felt maybe the governor had gone rogue, they started mobilizing us, members, intimating to us that now it was time to remove the governor from the office. So many members were reluctant because initially they had a good working relationship with the governor, but now we were mobilized along the political party lines, and that is when we were assured that for sure this time the governor of Meru will not come back to Meru as the governor.
Thank you. You have alluded to a meeting that took place at Mombasa and another meeting that was convened in Nanyuki.
Yes.
After 1 month.
Yes.
Kindly explain to us what transpired in Nanyuki, and if you can remember, who attended that meeting, what was the agenda, and what were the resolutions?
Just before Christmas, and when news for the famous blogger, one sniper, started circulating that he was missing, the county assembly members were facilitated to go to Nanyuki for committee work. And after finishing the committee work, 59 members who had supported the impeachment process were left for a meeting, which was attended by all the MPs from Meru, the former CS for Agriculture, in the exclusion of the senator only. All the other political class was there. And we were urged and asked to remain united so that the cause that we had just lost, we can maybe later, at a later date, and we were told that is by 2024 June, the cause that or the fight that we had lost will be brought back, and by that time, for sure, we'll win it.
The cause that you're talking about, what cause is this that you're being urged to continue pursuing?
It was impeaching the governor of Meru.
It was impeaching the governor of Meru. Did at any time the political class within Meru County preach peace, unity, you having a working relationship with the governor of Meru? Did they do that at any moment?
At no point did anybody talk about reconciliation or peace.
How was this meeting facilitated that took place in Nanyuki?
It was facilitated by the assembly through committees. Then later, after the meeting ended, we were given cash of 20,000 each, and we were told it was for Christmas.
Who gave you the 20,000?
The speaker shared it amongst members, but of course, it was from the members who had attended that meeting, the political class that attended.
By speaker, you mean which speaker? Of which?
Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, sorry.
Yes, we are in a Senate which has a speaker.
Certainly, it cannot be me, counsel for the government.
I wanted to have that on record, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for that clarification. It was the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
Yes.
Thank you. How many MCAs were in Nanyuki for the three districts?
For the committee work, all members were there, the 69 members, but for the meeting, it was for the 59 members only who had supported the impeachment process for the governor.
So each of the 59 got 20,000 shillings from the speaker?
Yes.
Might you know where that money had come from?
It wasn't disclosed, but we were told it was a Christmas gift from the political leaders who were there that time. I stated that all the members of National Assembly from Meru were there in the exclusion of the senator only. The women rep was there, and also the former CS Agriculture was in that meeting.
And you are talking about the political leadership across the political divide, not just one political party?
Yes, across the political parties or the political divide.
Were you given any timelines or any specifics on how you would prosecute the resolution that had been arrived at?
Of course, we gave all the plans that we reached out in Mombasa, and then we were told to forge ahead with them. And then for the impeachment of the governor was to be reintroduced on or around June 2024.
You have talked about other ways of frustrating Her Excellency's government. What other ways were agreed upon, if any, on how you would frustrate the governor of Meru?
The main agreement was that one will sabotage the government of Meru through the budget making process from the CADP, the CFSP going onward. And also it was agreed that there were programs that were being undertaken by the county government of the Meru that were making the governor very popular on the ground, and therefore they had to be stopped. And that was the school feeding program for ECD learners, and also the one cow, one needy family program that was being carried out by the county government of Meru.
So is it your evidence that indeed members of the county assembly schemed to have the ECD school feeding program scrapped for the sole purpose of sabotaging the governor's governance within the county?
Yes, and indeed it happened in the assembly where the Committee on Agriculture tabled a report and declared that there was no policy for the school feeding program, and for the one cow, one needy family program, and it was halted, and also the school feeding program was halted by the same assembly.
Mr. Kawira, the members of the County Assembly of Meru are public officers,
yes,
paid by taxpayers.
Yes.
How does it make you feel that you are part of a scheme to frustrate the very mwananchi that has elected you to public office, to the extent of scrapping the school feeding of the poor children for political gain? How does it make you feel?
It is very
and what does
unfortunate.
it say about the County Assembly of Meru?
It is very unfortunate and regrettable that public servants can sit down and try to sabotage the same wananchi who have voted for them. And it also shows the level of desperation or the laws that the County Assembly of Meru can go so as to remove from office one Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. Yesterday, there was a clip that was played here at the Senate, and there was one gentleman who was very vocal, and the mover of the motion said that that gentleman is not a leader within Meru County. Do you recall that? Can we watch VKM 13? VKM 13. We may need an interpreter on standby. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, we may need a translator of the Meru language with your guidance.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
Thank you. Can we watch VKM 13?
As I said, I want to tell the County Assembly of Meru, we can't wait any longer. We we want to see the County Assembly of Meru. When Mheshimiwa Munya, when Kadhuri Morongi, when CS Lentore, when Motuma Ntoidhikia, when Ayubu Bundi, when Idani Kere, and the other members of the assembly will sit down and have a cup of tea and they even say nothing. That day, the redemption of Meru won't be nigh.
Operator is here. Thank you. We can proceed with the clip.
Kasa, honorable members, my name is Muthengi Mpara. I'm from KBC, Mwago FM, as an us. This time round, we don't want many stories.
We want to be very simple to get a Senate. Kaduri.
We want it to be very simple. We'll come to Senate. Kaduri.
I know you are there, our senator. This time round, hata sisi mtatuona kama wamama. Akitoa kitambaa tunatoa. Okay, na pesa hiyo kwa kuigelwa kiao.
And amesema, and then we'll bring that matter there and we'll be ready. As the women from the county. To help you for whatever cost.
Actually, some of us have even made a decision.
Actually,
we understand Kiswahili, we do understand English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can proceed with the clip uninterrupted when it is in Kiswahili and English.
So that Meru can be out of the mess that it is. So ile kitu nataka kuomba tu, naona tuko na wafoma waziri hapa, Mheshimiwa Munya, Mheshimiwa Kaduri, Mheshimiwa Litura na deputy governor. Batu watawangaratania.
We here, Honorable Munya and others, kindly don't disrupt the process. And never take us around. Sorry, kindly, a little back. Maybe just a little something. Just prepare yourself. It's you who will help us. Don't let us down. We can sit down and talk like elders. So we heard whatever you were saying with our ears.
Niwaambie rais amesikia shinda zile tuliko nazo Meru.
Thank you. Honorable Witness, and I would request the translator to remain by, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, kindly explain to us, if you are aware, the venue of this meeting, who are in attendance, and what was being said. And most importantly, the gentleman who spoke first, who is he?
Yes, it was in Abario, in parts of the Igembe region, where all members of the, members of the county assembly, the majority who support the impeachment process were there. And also other leaders were there, the former governor, Honorable Peter Munya. We had the CS then for agriculture. Our beloved senator was there also. And the first gentleman who spoke is called Mwendia Muguna alias Alaji, who is the Secretary General for the Bas Party at the county level for the county of Meru.
The mover of the motion was here yesterday, and she said that that gentleman is not a leader of any political party in Meru. What would your evidence?
Secretary General for the Bas Party in Meru County, and previously he also served in the government of Governor Kirito as the Director of Events, and previously in 2013 he was a nominated councillor, a nominated MCA by the Bas Party in the County Assembly of Meru.
Thank you. So briefly, what transpired in that meeting? What were the resolutions? What were the pleas by the various speakers?
The plea from various speakers that we have seen from that video is for the continuation of the removal of the governor of Meru from office through impeachment.
And did you get a response to the pleas?
From who?
Did you get any response from the attendees of the plea that you had made? That rather the people speaking had made?
Yeah, the members of the county assembly at the crowd that was there applauded for those pleas.
There is a certain lady in that clip. We will go to the Senate and take that woman, and this time round, we will take a woman who will also cry. Who is that?
That is and she was stating that because indicating that, and maybe the Senate saves the governor because of agenda, then the next impeachment process will be initiated by a woman, so that when they come to the Senate, if the governor sheds tears, they also shed tears to maybe for the Senate to sympathize with them.
Is it then a surprise that this impeachment motion was brought by a woman?
It wasn't a surprise at all.
Is it part of the scheme, or was it just a coincidence?
It is part of the scheme and the machinations behind the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mongaza.
Let us watch VKM12 from the governor's exhibit of videos.
The Secretary General of Kambas.
We can pause there. We can pause there and have the translator tell us what he has just said. We can play it again for
the Secretary General of Kambas.
We can pause.
The Secretary General for the party of BAS.
So that gentleman introduces himself in the capacity that he holds. Is that so, Mr. Witness?
That is true.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nataka kusema hivi, na hii ni amri ambaye anasimama ama ameteuliwa na chama cha BAS, minority leader na uongozi wa assembly. Kama kunaye amehasi akaondoka njia yenu, mwambieni huyo, apende asipende ataenda. Lazima kila mmoja atii amri, na leo ni amri tunatoa. Hakuna wa kusimama kando, hata hiyo kiti ulicho nacho tutachukua. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuambia viongozi, wakishindwa na Kawira, watuachie sisi wananchi, tuende tumtoe hiyo nyumba yake. Ukaona libaya latendeka, zuia kwa nguvu ya mwili. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa nguvu ya mwili, zuia kwa mdomo yako. Ukashindwa kuzuia kwa mdomo, chukia kwa roho yako. Na hiyo ndio udhaifu wa imani, kuchukia kwa roho. Finally, mkogwerwa mono mao tiogotie kure abathirikari.
We can pause and have the...
Finally, I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying the cess or the tax. No one is going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. We are going to advertise. We're going to say that there is nowhere that tax will be collected anymore. We will never give out our money to be used in corruption during in Senate.
Hatutafanya hivyo mara ingine. Tumekubaliana kwa mikono. Asanteni sana. The secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you have confirmed that this gentleman is the Secretary General of BAS Party at the county level.
In fact, he stated the same himself in that clip.
And where was this event? What was taking place and who were in attendance, if you are aware?
It was held at Kinoru Stadium in Meru during Requiem Mass for the late sniper. Members of the county assembly were present. Other leaders from also the National Assembly were present, and members of the public.
What is your intervention? Certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there was an inconsistency between the interpretation, the verbal, and the whatever we saw written on the screen, particularly within that clip that relates to bribe of the Senate. The interpreter did not mention bribe, but the transcript on the screen mentioned bribe. Could that be made clear, Mr. Speaker?
Can you play the clip again? And Mr. Interpreter.
Yes, sir.
You know the Meru language very well, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
okay,
sir.
give us the true translation.
All right, thank you.
General
You can play to the very end. The very end, I think the last few seconds.
I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying cess or tax to the government. And they are not going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. And we are going to announce that there is nowhere that tax will be collected. To give out our money to go and bribe a Senate.
Thank you. We can pause there. I think for the sake of Honorable Kajwang, that is now clear. Mr. Witness,
Is it now clear, Senator, for Homa Bay? You got it clearly?
In the first instance, the translator used the word to corrupt the Senate. In the second instance, he's used the word to bribe the Senate. Perhaps I leave it to the senators to confirm whether those are synonyms.
You know, English and Meru sometimes can vary drastically.
Indeed, I can confirm that, my lord.
Proceed.
So, the gentleman is talking about selling some metals as scrap. What metals is he referring to?
It is the cess stand, which is used to collect revenue for the Meru County government.
So he's inciting members of the public, number one, not to pay revenue, and number two, to even destroy public property.
That is true.
That's true. And why is he telling them to do that?
He is alluding to the fact that the revenue collected by the county government of Meru is used to bribe the Senate during impeachment processes.
Thank you. Can we now watch VKM 18? From the beginning.
Mwiri jasnaipa jule yale tutatembea na hii familia
kwa vyovyote vile Mungu akitujalia.
The body of Sniper is over there.
Viongozi tukishikana na hawa hakuna kitu familia. So familia Sniper personally, mimi mwenyewe nitafanya maneno mimi mwenyewe na pia wabunge tutasaidiana tuone hii familia imekaa vizuri.
Na inaonekana mauaji yalifanyika na gavana wa Meru. Tunaomba gavana wa Meru leo na bwana wake wakamata leo. Mnakubaliana na mimi? Wasipomkamata leo, sisi wa Meru tutawasha moto Meru.
Si basi tutoe sandaka tuweke hapo kwa Sniper. 247 then account number 07 ndero akiroi na cash
for the one who has cash.
Na cash ya
those who got that cash should bring here
Bishop Rungama
to the bishop here. Bishop, can you stand?
Vote of thanks.
Get a place you can receive that cash. We go dropping that cash over there.
We can stop there for now. Mr. Witness, where was this event and who are the people that we have just watched in that video so far?
That was also another requirement held at Kinoru Stadium, requirements for the late Sniper. And the speakers who have already been shown in that clip, we have Honorable Rendekiri, member of Parliament for Bori. We have also seen another public member from Egembe. We have also seen the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
What role was the Speaker playing in this event?
He is passing the mic to Wana Alaji or Mondia Muguna. Therefore, I deem he was the MC of that event.
We have seen about Sadaka for a pay bill and some other. You were able to.
For the late Sniper's family, and the Speaker is states that whoever has cash can hand it over to the bishop for the same purpose.
Was cash raised during the event, to the best of your understanding, not through the pay bill? Was cash raised? Because we see him giving a bishop that task of collecting cash. Was there any cash?
Of course, because it was in a public meeting, there ought to have been cash that was raised in that meeting.
Thank you. We have also had utterances by one person directed to the governor. Who is that individual?
I didn't capture that.
Of Sniper, and saying that they are going to lead fire within Meru.
Oh yes, he's a political activist in Meru County.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the remaining part of the video.
Ndero akiroi na cash na chwaga ntwa yukia cash wa roaje pa thanks
a house of shame, a house of atunge kuwa hapa. Therefore, I am sounding people like Kimbone Garware na wale wengine, tumbo zenu zikaongoza nyinyi mpaka ugonjwa ulio Meru, mukafanya ugonjwa huo ukakita. Shame on you, house of shame. Shame on you, house of greed.
And we are ashamed that institution in Kenya, which is supposed to safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya, succumbed to a few coins, a few cents. Shetani ashindwe. Hii ugonjwa atunge kuwa nayo wakati huu. Kumbukeni, Mbone Arware, I want to remind you, ulisimama mbunge la Senate, ukaita watu wa Meru waenda wazimu. Siku ya leo nataka kutadharisha, wa Meru wamekuonyesha, sio wa Meru waenda wazimu ni nyinyi. Njumba la haibu, njumba la kulimia tumba zao, ni nyinyi waenda wazimu, sio sisi. Na ine.
Thank you. I do not know whether you want to make any comments in respect to that video, but I felt that it is self-explanatory.
I do not wish to comment because it is regrettable and the ones are self-explanatory.
Now, Mr. Kawira, kindly, in very few minutes, talk about the governor's efforts. Thank you for the indication of time. Tell us any efforts that you are aware of that the governor of Meru made to reconcile with leaders, if any, and what role you played. Because has not worked with any member of the county assembly and other political leaders within Meru.
In fact, immediately after the second impeachment failed in the Senate, the governor of Meru went back to Meru and made a clarion call that let all leaders come together and unite. She made a call for reconciliation and also asked for forgiveness if she had wronged any leader in Meru. And thereafter, the governor of Meru went ahead and stopped Okolea programs, which had aggrieved members of the county assembly. Thereafter, the governor tried to reach out to me, myself as the leader of the majority party at that time, and I hidden to the call where I went and listened to her carefully, and she told me the plans that she had, that she was inviting all the members of the county assembly to come and work together with her. And at that moment, I asked her to give me time as the leader of the majority party to go and try to reach out to other members so that maybe she can organize a meeting with them and try to forge or try to bring reconciliation. After I left, I went and reached out to the members of the county assembly, and they all declined, especially the leadership of the county assembly, declined to attend a meeting with the governor. And once I communicated that message back to the governor, she asked me if she can make our efforts about reaching out public and say that we had met, and I agreed because I was convinced about her genuineness that time. And she went ahead and made that remark that the majority leader of the government of the county assembly of Meru and agreed to reconcile and work with her. Immediately thereafter, Speaker, for the 59 members who were in support of the impeachment, impeachment process, where during that meeting myself, I was tasked to explain if I was still for the cause of removing the governor from office because of the statement that the governor had made. And if so, I should apologize to the members because I intended to maybe bring disunity or disarray their cause. At that point, myself, I stood up and told them that it was the time. A time had come that every member of the county assembly should be given freedom to exercise their democratic right of either to support Governor Kawira Mwangaza or to oppose her. Apologize or tell them if I was for that cause. Immediately after that, a press conference was issued, led by the majority whip, where they declared because of some they have to do some alignments in the leadership positions of the assembly, so that the business of the assembly cannot be disrupted by maybe leaders who abandoned that cause. At that point, Honorable Speaker, because that was a press conference that was covered nationally, the then Secretary General of the UDA party nationally, one Honorable Cleophas Malala, wrote a letter to myself and to the whip indicating that there should be no leadership changes in the positions of the majority party, and invited us for a meeting that we attended in Nairobi. And during that meeting, the majority of members saying that the problem of Meru County was the majority leader, and it is at that point that I was removed as the majority leader of the majority party in the assembly. And also other changes were made where the deputy majority whip was also removed because we were all in support of the governor of Meru County.
Thank you. Have you adduced any evidence to support that you involved your party leadership at the national level and that they gave a clear directions which were ignored?
Yes, I've adduced evidence.
Honorable Senators, I want to refer you to pages 470 of volume that is 1B. All the way to page 473. Indeed, they run all the way to page 490. Page 470 to page 491. But we can go all the way to page 500, indicating the complaints by the members of County Assembly who are in support of the governor and who are being victimized for their move. For the sake of time, I would just leave the senators to refer to those documents. Mr. Mawera, what transpired after your removal from the County Assembly? Who took over your position?
My position was taken by the member who was formerly my deputy, and that of the deputy was taken by the mover of the current motion, Honorable Zipora. And immediately after the changes were made and communicated in the Assembly, the leadership of the County Assembly of Meru went further ahead, and removed all the 13 members who are in support of the governor then. You remember during the second impeachment motion, the governor had only 10 members. And when I was tasked to state if I was still for the cause and I walked out, other 2 members followed me, so we became 13. The 13 of us were de-whipped from 3 key select committees. That is the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, County Assembly Committee on Public Accounts, and Committee on Implementation. And thereafter, every person of the 13 who held a leadership position in any of committees of the Assembly were removed from those positions through a vote of no confidence. Therefore, members lost chairmanship of committees, they lost vice chairmanship of committees, and also those who served in the Speaker's panel initially were also removed, and the Speaker's panel was expanded to 18 members, 8 members, so that it can incorporate the members who, out of the 56, who are not earning any responsibility allowance in that assembly.
I want you to clarify on that issue of expanding the Speaker's panel. What was the initial number of members of the Speaker's panel?
The initial number that the Assembly had approved was 11. In our standing orders, the members of the Speaker's panel should be can take care of members, so that it can take care of members who are not earning any responsibility allowance and they were in opposition to the governor.
And when you talk about Speaker's panel, what kind of allowances, if any, do they draw?
Of course, when you serve in the Speaker's panel, you draw some responsibility allowance, and also you benefit from trainings, capacity building, skills improvement, and what have you.
And you said the maximum number of members allowed as per the standing orders are 4.
Yes.
How much money are we losing as taxpayers for the expanded speakers panel in your estimation?
In my estimation, every member who serves in the speakers panel draws around 26 or 27,000 every month as responsibility allowance. They also have special meetings that they draw allowances. And also, of course, they do benefit from DSAs and per diems when they attend trainings and capacity buildings workshops.
And let us look at page 262, volume 1B. There lies the report of the Auditor General confirming indeed that 18 members of the County Assembly of Meru have been included in the speakers panel for the purposes of drawing allowances. Are you able to see that?
The one on that page was before the expansion of the committee, the one that was composed of 11 members.
Yes, proceed.
But later it was expanded to 18 members. And it is indeed true that they draw benefits from taxpayers' money.
Thank you. In your assessment, what does that communicate about the County Assembly of Meru?
It clearly shows that the County Assembly, especially the leadership, was going to any length to make sure that no single MCA will decide to either support the governor because of the victimization and intimidation that has been happening, and of course the financial losses that any member who decided to support the governor was undergoing.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I want to conclude. You have alleged that you were not able to exercise your oversight role at the County Assembly during the impeachment process. Is that the case? And how many other members of the County Assembly were not allowed to exercise their mandate?
That is true, because in the first instance, we were denied entrance into the chambers by strangers. Later, the sergeant at arms. Also,
can we watch VKM20? Video VKM20. There. Thank you. So would you explain to us what is happening and which day was that?
That was the day when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted. And when the first impeachment, the third impeachment motion was introduced in the Assembly, 10 members out of the 56 who were left opposing the governor felt that it was not right for us to continue fighting the infights between the Assembly and the Executive, and 10 of the members joined the 13 of us who were in support of the governor. But later, 3 members were intimidated and left the cause, so we were left with a number of 20 members. So during that day, when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted in the Assembly, we came in as a team, and there was an attempt to deny us entry to the chambers so that we cannot prosecute that motion. And also during the process was rushed, and most of us who are in support of the governor, especially me, was denied a chance to contribute to that motion.
Thank you. Previously, you had, through your video VKM10, we may not have time to play it, you had alleged that you are also excluded from crucial meetings of the county where MCA are taken for retreats and other meetings, and you're not involved.
It's true, and I wish maybe that clip can be played.
VKM10, kindly.
I request.
nonto bara bangi baretere Mombasa for 15 days na batu bararegere tuitano auga betize training lakini na tukarigara training iri kubetize Mombasa for 15 days na bangi Tanzania 10 days na batu support adrikari Meru tutia
we can have the translation quickly.
Can we go bit by bit kindly so that we can
you understand?
Right.
Okay. Kindly play.
Kindly, can we play now?
Batu temania toe MCAs Bamero.
Maybe we could start from the start, kindly.
Batu temania toe MCAs Bamero baraba supporta governor ni.
Let's meet here as Meru MCAs who support the governor.
Mama, nonto bara bangi baretere Mombasa for 15 days.
Because others went to Mombasa for 15 days.
Na batu bararegere tuitano.
And we were denying to go with them.
Auga betize training lakini na
they said they were going for a training.
Parigara training iri kubetize Mombasa for 15 days na.
But we are having questions. Which kind of training are they going?
Thank you. We can proceed to where the current witness is speaking. For the sake of time.
Na tumenya maendeleo jaraja kuja mashinani.
We don't know how it was planned because if it was about all MCAs, there are no MCAs who are two signs. There is no difference between MCA who was elected and the one who was nominated. They are all Meru MCAs. But when we trying to ask the county clerk, he's saying that he was given instructions. After a kind of a discussion was done,
majority leader, minority leader.
He was advised.
You can stop there. So, Mr. Witness, what had happened during this event?
What had happened, members of the County Assembly, the 56 at that time, who were in support or in opposition to the governor, had been facilitated for 15 days training in Mombasa, where they are going to be taken through the budget making process, and the 13 of us were left out without no single explanation, simply because you are supporting the governor of Meru.
So, is it your evidence that you have been punished and targeted for supporting the governor?
We have been punished, we have been ridiculed, we have been intimidated, we have been threatened just because we decided to support the governor of Meru. That is true.
Does the governor have any working relationship with other groups within the county?
Of course, it's true she has a working relationship with other groups, maybe religious leaders, women groups, faction of Jurin Cheke, so many other groups.
Let us watch briefly VKM14.
Council, if I may interrupt you, you have less than 15 minutes. And I see on the list that you still needed to call 3 other witnesses, one including the governor. So will you be able to manage that within the 15 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very crucial witness for us. I will only take the next 3 minutes with him. Then we reserve the remaining minute for one more witness, who is the governor.
Very well.
We will drop the others. Thank you. Mr. Kawira, can we watch VKM14?
Tuombe yule mama Meru. Yule mama ameumia, mimi hata mimi nilikuwa napinga mama. Lakini siku ile tulikaa vile aliambiwa na rais, aende akae chini na kila kiongozi, si kama walemavu pale tulikaa na yeye chini na tulizaelewa mama. Na mama akakubali kufanya kazi na walemavu. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba walemavu wote Kenya na wale viongozi tuko nao hapa, hata hao wa Nairobi, mjaribu kutuombea Meru, watu wote waheshimu sheria na waheshimu katiba. Wajua hata kama kuna kimila Meru, kuna naye sheria ilipitizwa 2010 ya kusema mama uwe mwanaume uwe nani, sisi zote ni equal. Hakuna mchichana, hakuna kijana, hakuna mama, hakuna mwanaume. Lakini kwetu Meru ile kimila tu inaendelea pale. Wale viongozi wote Kawira alianguza wakati wa kuomba kura 2022. Hata mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Hatusikiangi vizuri kama tunaongozwa na mama. Lakini mimi nimetii. Nimejua mama ndio kiongozi wa pale Meru na alichaguliwa na watu na alichaguliwa na independent. Kwa hivyo nataka kumuomba rais. Nataka kumuomba Raila. Nataka kumuomba Musalia. Nataka kuomba Gachagua. Mjue msiposikilia akina mama aswa Meru, msiposikilia huyo mama ataanguzwa. Watu wengi wanasema county to dissolve county. Utadissolve county aje na mama alichaguliwa na watu? Huyu mama alichaguliwa na independence. Ana chake, ana mtu wake. Wale matajiri akina Kiraito, akina Metheka Lentore, akina Munya, akina MP wote wanaume wanasikia ni aibu sana kuinamia mama. Lakini wacha niwape example. Mimi ni mlemavu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza kupigana na mama ndio ya kimila. Lakini njuzi tulienda kotini, tulisomewa sheria. Kwa sababu naamini sheria na naheshimu katiba ya Kenya. Mimi nakuinamia mama Kawira Mwangaza. Nimeserenda.
Thank you.
Nataka kuomba
we can proceed just for a few more minutes.
Viongozi. Wajua kwa nini nacheka wa Kenya? Wa Meru viongozi wetu hawajaamini kuita Kawira Mwangaza kama ni kazi rahisi, wanaona ni kazi ngumu. Wanafikiria wakimpiga through bunge. Kwa sababu MCA wetu wanachangiwa, hata mimi nilikuwa nachanga. Na niko na evidence. Tunawachangia MCA wao wanapewa pesa mpaka tutoe mama. Hatuwezi ongozwa na mama, ndivyo wanasema. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba wa Kenya hivi na viongozi wetu, wacha tuheshimu huyu mama ndio alichaguliwa. Nyinyi mko na chama. Tuko na chama PNU imesimamiwa na Munya. Tuko na chama PNO inasimamiwa na Mporo wa Bori. Tuko na chama Mbasi inasimamiwa na Kiraito Morongi. Tuko na UDA inasimamiwa na Rigathi, inasimamiwa na Ruto, inasimamiwa na Kadhuri Morongi, inasimamiwa na Metheka Lentore. Tuko na chama inaitwa Azimio yenye iko na Jubilee, inasimamiwa na Jeremia Keoni. Mimi ile kitu naomba kwa hizi chama zote, muite watoto wenu wale mulipeleka mbunge ya Meru yenye haina mlemavu, muwaite muwaambie gavana ni mama. Kwa sababu tusiposema hivyo, Meru hata mkindissolve saa hii, mseme tumendissolve county ya Meru, vita itaisha. Kwa sababu wa Meru, yule Mmeru kamili, hata saa hii Mungu anajua, hata Kiraito anajua, Metheka anajua, Munya anajua. Hata tukirundi kwa ndebe saa hii, Kawira atapigwa 400,000 na Mmeru yule wa kawaida. Kwa sababu watu wanaona kazi ya huyu mama, wanaona mama hana vita na mtu yoyote, lakini mara
ameweka there now. We will play it shortly, but Mr. Witness, tell us your summary of the charges that are before the Senate. You have a time to go through the motion of impeachment now and back then in 2023 rather. What are the basis of these charges?
Because I've been present in that assembly since the first impeachment process, what I would like to tell this Honorable Senate, Honorable Speaker, is that the impeachment process has been abused in Meru County Assembly, and it has been weaponized to fight political fights, whereas we know that impeachment should be used sparingly. It should be a measure of the last resort whenever that there are violations of the Constitution and other laws. And therefore, it's my humble submission that the Senate vindicates the governor of Meru from objectivity of the charges that are there, because according to me, the charges are malicious and they are also frivolous in nature.
We have specific charges. One of the charges is employing a bloated workforce.
Yes.
Was that a charge that you brought before this Senate last impeachment?
It was.
You have a charge that accuses the governor of dismissing certain employees of boards, one of them being Mr. Mwaki. Is that a charge that you brought and prosecuted before this Senate during the last motion?
It was. It was part of the motion.
There is a specific charge where the governor is accused of misconduct by stating that 86 million shillings was raised in support of the burial of the blogger, Mr. Sniper. What would you say about that specific charge?
Because I was privy to the happenings behind the whatever was happening during the demise of one blogger, Mudiani, I think the governor didn't allude to a specific collection of money because there were several fundraisers that were held in support of that family.
Are you aware of any other forms of fundraising that were done? Did you participate in any yourself?
Yes, personally I participated in the one that was conducted by members of the county assembly, where initially we contributed 1,000 each member, the 59 members who were then opposing the governor, and later we contributed 10,000 each for the same. And also other political leaders contributed to that cause.
By political leaders, who are you referring to? And in your estimation, how much money was raised? And I'm also sorry to ask this. What is the status of that kitty, if you're aware of, and how was it utilized?
The one for the assembly was utilized in conducting the road shows across crisscross in Meru, and other monies were used to hold prayers in various stadiums, as we have seen, Kinoru, Maua, and others. And by the time I left that group where the fundraising was being held, we had not been accounted for the remainder of the money.
So when the governor states that to the tune of 86 million might have been raised, is it anywhere near the truth in your estimation, having participated in the fundraisings in various modes?
It will be the truth.
Thank you. I think I will rest this witness and hand him over to cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll be very brief with this witness. Mr. Witness, confirm that you moved the motion for impeachment last time, yes?
Yes, I confirm.
And that you live by the statements that you have indicated in your affidavit that you have testified to, yes?
Sorry?
And that you confirm and want to rely on the affidavit that you have filed.
Yes, I confirm.
And that you remember on the 7th of November 2023, you took the same stand and testified before this assembly as a mover, correct?
Yes, I confirm.
And you remember a question was put to you whether or not the impeachment then was politically instigated, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall your answers?
I may not recall the exact answer.
I'll give you the answer. Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to the answers of this House at page 53, dated 7th of November. Mr. Mudhombi Thionkulu was the lead counsel then, correct?
Yes.
And you remember him putting this question to you, and you answered in negative, that it was not politically instigated. You remember? You recall or you do not recall, Mr. Witness?
I don't recall. Read for me the answer, maybe.
You remember Mr. Mudhomi asking you whether it is true from the governor's allegations that the impeachment was politically instigated, and your answer was Evans Mawira
Karia.
You said it was not true. Have I now refreshed your memories?
From the records, yes.
Do you still want to hold that preposition?
Of course, everything that was in that
You
motion
want to
was
still
not
hold, excuse me,
substantiated.
Mr. Witness, I want a yes or a no answer. Do you still want to hold that preposition or you want to run away from it?
As at then, I hold that position.
You hold that position?
Yes.
What has now changed?
So many things.
The one, that you are no longer the leader of the majority in the assembly.
No.
Yes. Number two?
The governor reached out and called for reconciliation. I did a lot of soul searching.
Thank you.
I consulted widely.
It's okay. Don't answer questions that I have not put to you. You have testified at length how people were induced to bring that particular motion, correct?
Yes, and I've stated the facts.
That is a motion that you brought on the 7th of November, correct?
Yes.
So you brought motion out of ulterior motives of being induced as at then, correct?
According to the circumstances then.
You allowed yourself to be induced, yes?
As per the circumstances then.
So on that day when you took the stand on the 7th of November 2023, you did not speak the truth to this at Senate, but you spoke out of inducement, correct?
I'm saying as
correct or not correct? I want an answer, not a vague answer. Correct or not correct?
Not correct.
So then, were you induced that particular time from your evidence?
I've narrated all the events that led to
one of the events, Mr. Witness, was that you are induced, correct? One of the events is that you are induced.
I didn't say you are induced. I said you are mobilized according to party lines.
How are you mobilized?
Of course, I stated that we met as the leadership of
financial gains, correct? Including 20,000 shillings that you were given, correct?
That was later, after the second
Christmas gift, correct?
After the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You remember the Christmas gift, yes?
I'm saying later, after the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You received a gift?
Yes.
For the work well done, correct?
A Christmas gift for a work well done. Christmas was not even, Christmas was oncoming.
So, Mr. Witness, if you allowed yourself to be induced that particular time to bring that particular impeachment motion, how truthful is your statement today?
I was not induced.
On party lines?
Yes.
So which party do you belong to?
UDA.
UDA?
Yes.
So UDA mobilized its MCAs to bring the motion?
UDA at the county level, Meru county level, mobilized the MCAs to introduce an impeachment motion.
Does that mean that the UDA party is against the governor or was against the governor?
I stated in my statement.
Does that mean at that particular time the UDA party was against the governor?
At the county level, yes. Nationally, the Secretary General had stated that that was not the party position.
Which other party was against the governor as at then?
The parties that were mobilized, we have BAS party, we have PNU, we have Jubilee, and other assembly parties.
You spoke about receiving 80,000 shillings. You correct? You remember?
Facilitation to be in the Senate.
Who gave these 80,000 shillings?
It was paid from the assembly.
It was paid from the assembly. Did you receive or did you partake of it?
Yes, I received.
And it was a motivation for you to appear, correct?
It was facilitation to be in the Senate for the 5 days that you are here.
A facilitation?
Yes.
Today, have you been facilitated?
I've seen that you have received a message.
Today, have you been facilitated?
Facilitation, yes, we have been facilitated, but it has not already been paid. But it will be paid because we have received a message from the clerk saying that members will be facilitated for 5 days to be in the Senate.
Notwithstanding whether or not you appear for Governor Kawira as a witness or of the witness for the Senate, for the Assembly.
Witness for the governor.
The County Assembly has equally facilitated you, correct?
I will receive that message.
That you'll receive your per diems for participating?
Yes, yes.
So it was usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members?
For the previous one, only 59 members were facilitated.
It is usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members, correct? Because today you have received a message that you receive facilitation, correct?
Yes, we have received the message.
And therefore the County Assembly considers its members as equal, correct?
No, no, no.
Mr. Witness, I want to refer you to your affidavit. But before I refer you to this affidavit, have you critically read the motion before this assembly for the impeachment of the governor?
I've gone through the motion.
Have you answered? And if yes, kindly point to us the particular paragraph.
Allegations?
Excuse me, just take your affidavit. Take it.
Me have it.
And lead the Senate to the particular paragraph that has responded to issue number 1. Issue number 1, where have you responded?
Just a minute. I've responded to the issue of money that was raised for the...
Not the money that was raised, the issue of illegal revocation. Where have you responded to it in your affidavit?
I've not responded to it in that affidavit.
You have not responded to it. Issue number 2, where have you responded to it? Is all about?
Yes, yes.
Show us the particular paragraph that responds to those allegations. Paragraph 23.
Yes, paragraph 23.
Read it out.
That the clerk of the assembly, under the instructions of the speaker, has been writing several letters to frustrate the approval of the governor's nominees for the bonds of various semi-autonomous government agencies. The clerk has no role.
Do you have evidence in that respect of this frustration by the clerk before you came to this assembly?
Yes, I was aware because when those...
aware, thank you.
Yes.
Did you take any actions to curtail these frustrations?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
When these letters came...
Where is the evidence in your affidavit?
It is not in the affidavit, but personally I gave my opinion in a meeting discussing these nominees.
Mr. Witness, please listen.
Yes,
I'm not asking you to give us your opinion. You've given so many of them, so we do not want to entertain any further opinion.
Okay.
We want to go to the facts.
Okay.
Where have you pleaded in your affidavit that you took actions against the clerk for frustrating the works of the governor? Against the clerk for frustrating the works of the governor?
I didn't take any action against the clerk, but I have responded to that count number 2.
Yes?
I didn't take any action, but in my affidavit I've responded to that.
Us in your affidavit where you've responded to issue number 3.
Can I have the affidavit?
And I put it to you that issue number 3, now 23, does not respond to the allegations contained in the notice of motion, issue number 2.
Sorry?
I put it to you that paragraph 23 of your affidavit is not a response and is not evidence that relates to the allegations of failing to appoint chairpersons.
I don't agree to that.
Let us go to issue number 3 and point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I have not responded to issue number 3.
Thank you. Let us go to issue number 4. Point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I've responded to it where I stated that I'm aware that count was initially in the previous impeachment motions.
Where in your paragraph? And is the issue in illegal dismissing about the issue of dismissing or the issue of the expenditure of county money? The governor dismissing individuals and making the county accrue unnecessary resources paid to the litigants. Did you understand?
If I can read the crowd, it's illegally dismissing in bold.
Yes.
In bold. And illegally dismissing. Yes. And then narration continues.
As a consequence of?
Illegally dismissing.
And as a consequence thereof, what happened?
A loss.
A loss of how much?
4 million.
Where is that in your affidavit?
I've said I responded. It's not in my affidavit.
It's not in your affidavit.
Yes.
Let us go to issue number, count number 2, gross misconduct. Yes? Deliberately misleading the county, the members of the public. Yes? That's in the barrio of Sniper, 86 million was raised, correct?
Yes.
You are aware of those utterances, correct?
Yes, I'm aware.
That the same were done by the governor, yes?
Yes, I'm aware.
And that it was done in public, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a pay bill that was generated for that purposes, yes?
Yes.
and that in the said pay bill, it's only 286,516,000 that was donated, correct?
According to the Assembly's evidence.
According to the Assembly's evidence.
Yes.
Do you have any contra evidence to that averment?
Yes, in my statement, I've stated.
Please lead us to that paragraph. Lead us to that particular paragraph.
Just a minute.
You're also aware that the governor made averments and allegations that the window to the sniper, has moved on with another MCA, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware. Kindly, let's play video 1A and 1B in our videos. You yourself, did you changa to that particular pay bill?
Yes, no, not to the pay bill.
How did you changa?
Through the WhatsApp group created for the Assembly members.
How was the money collected?
It was collected through a member of the Assembly.
Through a member of the Assembly?
Yes.
Through who? Which member?
Member of a county assembly known as Sarah Gaki, Honorable Sarah Gaki.
Is it true that the wife of the deceased sniper moved on with an MCA?
I'm not aware.
Did you see her testifying yesterday?
I didn't watch the...
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Sorry?
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Yes, I'm aware she was a witness.
Did you follow through her evidence?
I didn't follow.
All right. As we wait for the playing of those videos, you have indicated before this assembly that one of the frustration that you colluded to undertake was to make sure that the governor was frustrated in the feeding program, correct?
Yes.
And that frustration was actualized according to your evidence, correct?
Yes.
How was it actualized?
Through a motion in the assembly, a report of a committee.
Through a motion, correct?
Yes.
So it is in your evidence that that program is no longer running, correct?
It was stopped.
It was stopped. Mr. Witness, I refer you and I refer the senators to our further bundle of volume 6 at page 83. At page 83.
Yes.
Kindly look at the entry where we have the votes, correct? Can you see them?
Yes, I can see the votes.
Vote 22-11-015. Can you see it?
Yes.
Confirm that this is a Meru County budget estimate for the year ended, for the year 2024-2025.
It is.
Confirm that you participated in this process, correct?
I did participate.
And that you are aware of the allocations and apportionments, correct?
I'm aware.
And therefore you want to read with us about that particular vote, yes?
Yes.
What does it provide?
Food and rations feeding program.
How much has been allocated?
54 million.
54 million, yes?
Yes.
For which financial year?
2023, 2024.
What was the purpose of the allocation?
The feeding program.
Thank you. Was it approved?
It was approved by the Assembly.
Has this year budget also been approved?
This year's budget has been approved.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one about the cows. It is your evidence that the County Assembly has colluded to frustrate the governor's programs, correct?
Yes, please.
Let us look at page 79 of the same bundle. Honorable Senators, we look at the vote end written 31-11-302-00001. Can you see it?
Sorry, come again.
Can you see that vote end? The vote end?
Yes, yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, I
Again,
can see
confirm that these are the financial year 2024-2025.
Sorry?
Confirm that these are budget for 2024-2025 approved.
Yes.
And that the County Assembly has approved that budget, correct?
Yes, it has been approved.
And that even 2024, 2023, 2024, the same was approved, correct?
But you saying it's the budget for the 2024-2025, there's nothing that has been approved for that vote.
Yes. What was the reason for failure to approve?
Because the Assembly halted the program.
On the failure to have policies, correct?
Yes.
Is there a policy that exists in that respect?
It was introduced in the Assembly, and the Assembly
Is there a
declined to
policy
approve.
that exists in that respect?
I'm saying the policy was introduced in the assembly by the CC Agriculture, and the assembly failed to approve that policy.
Is it mandatory for the assembly to approve anything or everything?
That was the requirement that they had, the recommendation in the report.
Are you aware that that policy was rejected through the public participation?
No, it was not subjected to public participation.
So the county assembly must at always time act according to the demands as they come, according to your evidence, correct?
Sorry?
The county assembly must always pass anything without scrutiny, correct? Even without looking at the viability of the project, correct?
It has to look at the viability and...
Thank you. Confirm to us that you have responded to the issue count number 3 on abuse of office. Have you? And if yes, point us to that evidence.
Under abuse of office, I've responded to count number, paragraph 10.
Yes, paragraph 10.
Employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff.
Yes.
And I indicated my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10.
Yes, I indicated my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10. Can you read out paragraph 10?
Employing a bloated workforce of
paragraph
at least...
Paragraph 10 of your affidavit.
I didn't say paragraph 10 on my affidavit, but let me see.
I've asked you whether you've responded to paragraph 10.
Yes, I've responded to... I'm saying, Council, I've responded to count number 3
yes.
in paragraph 10, employment of a bloated workforce.
Where is that in your affidavit?
Just a minute.
That's what I want you to show us.
Paragraph 22 of my affidavit.
Read it out.
That I'm also aware that the current impeachment motion features some issues which were also in the previous motions in the Senate, and the Senate finding the allegations unsubstantiated and not meeting a threshold of impeaching a governor. The issue of bloated workforce and alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntwiti and 3 others was in the failed motion.
Do you work in the county executive?
No.
How did you conclude on the question of the bloated workforce?
We brought it here and it was not substantiated. We couldn't prove it.
Did you call out for any statement from the responsible organ of the county government?
My work ended when I brought it to the Senate and it was not substantiated.
Did you not? Did you call for any oversight over that issue when you went back to the county assembly?
I didn't.
You didn't. You have alleged that individuals were called somewhere in Mombasa. Were you in attendance?
I've alluded to 2 meetings in Mombasa. One I was in attendance, the other one I was not.
Which one were you in attendance?
Immediately after the second impeachment.
Immediately after the second impeachment?
Yes.
Who was paying for your allowances?
County Assembly of Meru.
Is it unusual or usual for the county assembly to do that?
It is not unusual.
Thank you. Finally, Mr.
What was unusual was the activities.
I am satisfied with your answer. Mr. Witness, confirm that county government must spend money in accordance to
the budgetary allocations
and prudence, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at issue number 11 in our motion? And to that effect, do you want Kiambi Christus Manyara?
I'm there.
You know Kiambi Christus Manyara?
He's not personally known to me.
He's not personally known to you. Have you ever heard of him?
I think I have the name being mentioned during the case for hearing case for one.
In what circumstances was the name being mentioned?
That he was an accused person.
He was an accused person. In which matter?
Involved in that matter.
In that matter. Do you know of somebody called Supu?
Yes, Supu is well known to me.
How do you know him?
He's a personal friend.
Do you know where?
And we come from the same locality.
Do you know where he was working or where he works?
According to my knowledge, I'm not aware of where he works because he has always told me that he's not employed.
You are aware that he works in the office of the governor, yes?
I'm not aware.
I therefore put it to you that he does work in the office of the governor.
I can't accept that one.
Equally, Have you seen that from that allegation that this one Crispus Kiambi Manyara,
sorry,
while he was in custody, he was being paid his full salary?
I'm not aware if he's in custody.
Read the allegations. Read them out.
Paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, his full salary and benefits while in remand and despite being accused of murder, contrary to section 4.2 of the Public Service Commission Discipline Manual for the Public Service.
You are aware that he was arrested pursuant to that murder, correct?
Yes.
And that he was remanded, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I therefore put it to you that he was remanded, and that while in remand, he was accruing all his full salary.
That is your evidence, counsel.
That's our evidence. Have you controverted it in your affidavit?
I've not controverted it.
You have not controverted it?
Yes.
You therefore cannot doubt what I am telling you this afternoon, correct?
I can doubt because there's no...
You cannot doubt what I am telling you unless you have a contra evidence.
Is your word against mine, counsel?
Where is your word?
It's not in the affidavit, but I'm stating it now.
It's nowhere in your affidavit.
Yes.
I told you, or I put to you, or I asked you whether you know one Supu.
Yes, I said I know one Supu.
Have a look at this document, Honorable Senators. We are looking at volume 2 of our evidence. Page 443 of our volume 2. 43. And we can be playing the we can be ready to play the video. And can you see serial number 1?
Serial number 1, yes.
Do you know, can you read out that name?
Vincent Mureithi.
Vincent Mureithi?
Yes.
First of all, who is the originator of that document?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board.
Sorry?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board, one Virginia Kawira.
And it's an internal memo, correct?
Yes.
And the internal memo speaks to the appointments of contractual employees in the office of the governor, correct?
They do.
And therefore, whatever appears therein is a list of those individuals who works there in the office, correct?
That is true.
And that Vincent Mureithi of ID number that works as an assistant director in that office, correct?
That is true, according to the memo.
That is Vincent Mureithi alias Supu, correct?
Yes.
Let us play that video. And you know, as we await, that the said Supu and Manyara at page 428 of our bundle, volume 2, sorry, 429, I beg your pardon, of volume 2, contains the information of the individuals who are charged with the murder of one sniper, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you can see accused number 1 is Vincent Mureithi Karemi, alias Supu, correct?
True.
Number 2 is who?
Murangeri Kenneth Guantai alias Tali.
Do you know him?
Personally, no.
Do you know that that is the governor's brother?
According to you.
Let us look at number 2, number 3.
Boniface Kileji alias DJ Kaboom.
Number 4.
Christus Manyara alias Chris.
Christus Manyara alias?
Chris.
And that is the Christus Manyara who works in the office of the governor, correct?
The one that we have seen is working in the office of the governor is Vincent Mureithi Karemi.
Let's look at that as we play the video.
Wale ambao wanazunguka na mwili wakisema haki ipatikane, si haki ipatikane, wako katika siasa na biashara. Ile ni biashara yao.
Do you know whom she was referring to as those people wanazunguka na mwili of sniper?
In this video?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the specific people because it was a group of people.
Could it have been the mover of the motion?
Maybe yes, because members of the county assembly were there.
Could it have been you?
Personally, I was not there.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Wameweka pay bill, wanachukua pesa, wanajaza mafuta kwa MCA, zingine wanakula. Huyo mama ambaye anachangiwa pesa wakisema ni haki kwa sniper. Kitu ya kwanza tunataka ajengewe nyumba ya ghorofa. Number 2, anunuliwe Prado. Number 3, afunguliwe trust fund ya education ya watoto wake. Kama wajafanya hiyo, hawa ni wakora na wezi, wameibia huyo mama kupitia hiyo familia. Ni makatero na ni biashara na
Okay, proceed.
Siasa ya bure na matapeli. Hiyo wamefungua kama biashara, wanakuja kusanya pesa, wamechukua huyo mama, wamemficha kwa MCA fulani anakaa hapo, wanasunguka na mwili. Ingelikuwa ni mmoja wao wangefanya namna hiyo. Ingelikuwa ni mtoto wao wangemzungusha mwezi mzima. Lakini kwa sababu wanataka pahali watajijenga kisiasa, wanataka pahali watakulia maana wamesota. Nilisikia wakisema ya kwamba hawana pesa kwa mifuko, wanatembea na OB. Sasa wamepata njia ya kutembea na pesa kwa mfuko kupitia maiti. Hiyo ya kutembea na mwili wa sniper ni mambo mawili peke yake. Biashara na siasa. Hakuna justice wanatafuta. Wangelikuwa wanatafuta justice, watoto wangapi wamekufa Meru? Watoto wangapi wamepotea Meru? Huko Ndumo Runa, huko upande wa Tigania, wangapi wanakufa? Mbona hatujaona hao viongozi wakitembea wakisema ya kwamba tunahitaji haki ya vijana wetu ambao wanakufia? Why this one? Why huyu peke yake? Kuna MC ambaye aliuawa na ikasemekana sijui nani amemuua. Mbona tukiona? Hii ni siasa na biashara. Na wamelaaniwa wanaosunguka na huo mwili. Wamelaaniwa. Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu.
Pause. Have you heard what the governor has said?
Yes.
What has she said?
Supu. She mentioned Supu.
Mshtakiwa, mstuhumiwa,
anaye daiwa.
Play it again.
Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu.
The chief
suspect.
Who is the chief suspect?
Supu.
Has that Supu been charged before the court of law?
Yes.
Proceed.
Paya ni Supu. Munahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja tu wa governor mwenye alipigia simu ama wengine wengi ambaye pia aliwapigia.
Have you heard her owning up that mnafaa mtafute mtu mmoja wa governor? Have you heard that statement? Listen carefully.
Play it again.
Just play it again for him and please listen carefully.
The key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu. Munahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja.
Just the time.
No, one moment. Senator Mtata, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of order is that this matter is live before a court of law under criminal proceedings, and I think we should exercise a lot of precaution and deference to the court process, because I think that we are beginning to tread into the area of testing the evidence and the witnesses in that matter, which is not before this court, and that is, I think, sub judice for the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can then abandon it and go to the next clip, 214. The same clip at 214, minute 214. The same clip, minute 214.
Simu. Hakuna mtu mwingine alipigia simu siku hiyo. Ndio mbebe kijana ati mseme ati kwa sababu Supu alimpigia simu, you want to charge him. Wale ambao wamewasukuma kisiasa kwa sababu mnasema ya kwamba mmepewa pressure, political pressure. Wenye wamepatia nyinyi political pressure, wapatie nyinyi ushahidi. Sure. Maana tutahitaji haki kwa kijana wetu, ninahitaji haki kama familia yangu. Ningependa kusema
You've heard the governor stating wanataka haki kama familia.
Yes.
I have put to you that his brother has been charged in these proceedings.
Well and good.
Thank you. No further questions in that respect. I want to invite my learned friend, Mr. Muriuki, to proceed from there, but kindly confirm that you have no evidence that controverts all the averments contained in the motion, and that you have not tabled it before this assembly.
It is in my affidavit, and there are supporting documents in the governor's.
That the account that you've given is just your frustrations and your bitterness for having been removed as a leader of majority.
That is not true, Council.
You have seen the last video that was played, and there was an issue of gender card being played. Yes?
Which video?
You have seen the governor played the last video where there was one person seated.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen it.
And started saying that this is all about women leadership and the people of Meru must accept it, correct?
Yes, that is his opinion.
Is there contention that she's the governor?
None.
Yes?
None whatsoever, but he is facing an impeachment motion.
Are you a man who is supporting the governor?
I'm supporting the governor.
Are you a Marian?
Yes, I am.
Supporting a governor, correct?
Yes.
And therefore there is no question, when it comes to questions of accountability, there is no defense of being a gender person, correct?
That depends.
There is no defense. Gender is not a defense.
Of course it is not a defense.
Finally, when she was asked the last time, she said it wasn't me. Today, you have played clips blaming the senators. Do you associate yourself with the statements that were made by Al-Haji?
I don't associate myself with those senators.
Do you have confidence with this Senate that they can dispense with substantive justice?
A lot of confidence.
And that is why we are here, correct?
True.
Do you attribute that statement to any member of the Assembly?
It was used to reduce members of the Assembly or
associated with any member of the Assembly?
Yes, because they were there nodding and applauding when Al-Haji was speaking those ones.
Let me ask you, is it wrong for somebody to hold an opinion?
It's not wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Muriuki. But before I go to Mr. Muriuki, you remember he claimed to be Secretary General of the Bas Party.
Al-Haji, yes, he claimed.
And he said he's a Secretary General, and he never defined where he's a Secretary General. He gave a statement that I am the Secretary General.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Mawira.
Yes, Council.
Today you have taken an oath when you stood here.
True.
Just like you did the last time you were here on 7th of November.
True.
And in that oath, you said that you're going to tell this House the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
True.
Now, you have come here today saying that last time your impeachment motion was politically instigated.
Yes.
Did you tell the Senate that last time when you were here?
At that point,
did you make any such statement last time when you were here, yes or no?
I didn't make such a statement last time.
You did not tell the whole truth to the Senate.
I told the truth.
You did not tell the whole truth.
I told the truth.
Mr. Mawira, you have said,
to me.
I don't have time, so please don't argue with me, just answer yes or no. You have said that party formations were used to whip you into moving an impeachment motion.
That is true.
Have you adduced any document to that effect?
None.
Have you adduced any letter telling you to move the impeachment motion?
None.
Mr. Mawira, I put it to you that you do not have a mind of your own, that you are a gun for hire.
That is our opinion, Council.
Mr. Mawira, you stated that you are giving evidence on behalf of other people who are not here.
That is true.
Are you aware that there is no such thing as giving evidence on behalf of other witnesses? You can only give evidence on behalf of a party.
They have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Mr. Mawira, you have claimed that there were meetings organized that you took part to sabotage the executive.
Yes, there are.
Have you brought the minutes for those meetings?
No minutes. But they were informal meetings.
You have stated in your affidavit that the people who are supporting the governor, the MCAs who are supporting the governor, that is page 13, paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Council, your time is up. I will allow you to just ask that last question. and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have stated that on paragraph 13 of your affidavit, are you there?
Supply me the affidavit kindly.
Paragraph 13 of your affidavit?
Yes.
You have stated that the MCAs who support the governor were removed from committees, including the Budget Committee, the Public Accounts, and the Committee on Implementation.
That is true.
Who is the chair of the Budget Committee?
Honorable Muirigi from Kibiritia Ward.
Is he a witness for the governor in this case?
Yes.
Who is the chair of the Gender Committee?
Honorable Murogocho.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
Not.
Who is the chair of the Transport Committee?
Honorable Kidenji.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the Finance Committee?
Honorable Caleb.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation?
Honorable Saragaki.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
But in that paragraph, it is clearly stated that in
Speaker,
MCs.
I have done with my questions to the
Thank
witness.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, witness. Honorable Senators, we will now give you an opportunity to ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just 1 minute of re-exam, just one.
You have, okay, Counsel, you have 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I will utilize one.
Okay.
Mr. Witness,
yes, please.
I will just need you to confirm the names that have just been read to you now. Are they members of that committee? Were they still members then, or what transpired?
Which committee?
There are names that Council has just read to you, confirming that they are still holding their positions in the committees, yet they did not support the...
These are members who have
in 1 minute, kindly.
They are members who have joined in support of the governor just the other day when the impeachment motion was introduced. But when we were whipped, we were 13 when we were whipped from committees, and that is what I've alluded to in that affidavit.
Thank you very much.
Legal counsel for the governor, have you concluded your questioning?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am done with the witness.
And your time of 3 minutes?
I have the governor as the last witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So are you calling the governor?
Yes, I am, but with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would be seeking your indulgence to engage the governor in under 20 minutes, with your kind permission.
Council, what we'll do is we'll first take questions or clarifications from the senators, and then we will. I don't know if we're going to give you more time, but we'll get back to that issue at that once we finish with the senators.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, we'll now be taking your questions, and we'll like to keep it within 30 minutes. So we'll be giving each senator 1 minute to ask a question, because there are several requests, and we need to get to as many people as possible. So one question, 1 minute, and be very brief. Senator Murango James Kamau.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, mnamo tarehe 16 mwezi wa Oktoba mwaka 2023, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya tukiangalia pia mswada uliokuwa umeletwa hapa kuhusu kung'atuliwa kwa gavana Kawira, Mheshimiwa Mawira ambaye ako mbele yetu pia alikuja na akaapa, na pia alikuwa ameweka hati ya kiapo ambayo alikuwa amechukua kusema ya kwamba yeye ako na kichwa kizuri, ako na uwezo wa kuaminika, wakati na akatia kindole ile hati ya kiapo ambayo alileta katika Senate hii. Leo chini ya kiapo ameleta pia hati ya kiapo ingine ambayo amebadilisha mawazo na kusema kwamba hii seneti ilikaa chini kuangalia nakala na makaratasi, tukapoteza pesa ya umma, na wakati kufuatilia stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa hazina maana kwa sababu
Senator, ulikuwa uulize swali yako katika dakika moja. Umeanza hadithi mingi. Sawa, uliza swali.
Sasa nauliza, Mheshimiwa Mawira, uliokokea kanisa gani kwamba tukuamini leo na ulitundanganya wakati tulikuwa tunaangalia maneno wakati huo mwingine? Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua, alafu utajibu hiyo swali mbili.
So, Mr. Witness, is it your evidence on record and under oath that last year you moved a motion for the impeachment of the governor of Meru under duress, and that what you said, the grounds that you adduced, you don't believe in those grounds? If that be the case, why should we believe that you have faith in what you're telling us today?
You see, Wambua, you managed it within 1 minute. Witness, go ahead and answer those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's true, I moved the previous impeachment motion. And whatever I stated then under the circumstances and the facts availed to me, I believe to be the truth at that point. But later, looking at the sequence of events that led to that impeachment motion, I felt that we were misused at that point and lied to. And I believe also that would answer to the question by Honorable Senator Wambua. If I believed in the grounds then, yes, I didn't believe in them. I believe in what I've seen right now, what I've stated. Yes, I believe in it.
Next questions by Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Muma, in that order.
Mr. Witness, you say that you were part of a scheme to impeach Mama, politically instigated, the governor, politically instigated, and you even were part of the team that went to Mombasa for a retreat. What changed your mind? What was the exodus moment that now you are supporting Mama? Governor, Mama Governor Kawira. The other question.
Senator, just one question, please. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness is, the governor is widely accused of not being a people person who brings people together. What efforts have been made to bring the governor and the county assembly to work together for the benefit of the people of Kenya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senator. To answer to the first question, what changed my mind? Immediately after the second impeachment motion failed in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, and immediately we left Mombasa and also the Nanyuki meeting. Personally, I suffered because I fell ill. I was admitted in at Karen Hospital here. My blood pressure levels had gone up, and that is a fact that I disclosed to the Speaker of the County Assembly who came visiting me. And thereafter, I felt that I need to take some time to chart our way forward on what was happening in Meru. So I did a lot of soul searching. I consulted my wife and family. I consulted my close confidants and electorates. Even my electorates and started saying that they didn't send me to fight the governor. And it is at that point now when the governor reached out herself to me, I felt that now I need to listen to her and see if she is genuine, and I could see her genuineness then, and that is the point when I decided to support the governor. About the governor, around the county impeachment motion, she went around the county making a call for peace and reconciliation amongst all leaders, and she also asked for forgiveness if at all she had wronged any leader in Meru. But on the side, and she went further even to reach out to me, and I know she has also tried to reach out to other leaders because there were reconciliation efforts brought by the president and the deputy president, where the governor sat down with all leaders from Meru County, including the deputy governor, which didn't culminate to any peace in that county. But from the side of the assembly, they have been going out, doing all that is possible to frustrate any reconciliation process.
The next questions will be from Senator Samson Cherargei, followed by Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, Mheshimiwa, according to November 7 Senate answered, Dr. Mutomi Tiankulu asked you, since you are the mover of the motion, is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office? And Honorable Evans Mawira Kaharia, you responded by saying it is inconsistent. Is this still your position, or has it changed? And what will make you or make us believe that it might be out of inducement? That is why you are supporting the governor now. Thank you.
The Honorable Witness, a video was shown to you and the Senate on a funeral of one alias sniper, and there was bashing of the Senate and some senators, and then there was a funeral of sniper. So between the two, the death and the loss of sniper and the bashing, which is most important to you and to the people of Meru?
Sorry, come again.
A video was shown to you and to the Senate of a burial of one alias sniper. On that video, there was the bashing of the Senate and some other senators. So between the bashing of the Senate and the loss of sniper,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. The message that we passed during the second impeachment motion, that at that point the governor was not a peace-seeking person, was valid at that point, and during, depending on the activities that had happened previously. If it is still valid as at this point, it is invalid because we have seen efforts from the governor herself trying to bring peace and call for reconciliation in the county. And Honorable Speaker, if there is one sign that can tell you the governor is peaceful, I'm the one who was here crucifying the governor. I moved the motion to impeach the governor. And if it went through, the governor could have been sent home packing, condemning her from serving in any public office in this country for the whole of her life. But when she reached out and we sat down and considered all the events and factors surrounding that position at that point, she told me she has no problem at all with me or with any other leader or with any other MCA. And if from that point up to now, we have been working together, I've been supporting her, and we have been trying to bring peace in that county, then I don't believe there will be any other sign to show that the governor has reformed and she's a peaceful person. About any inducement, I'm not aware of any, Honorable Speaker, and if at all there is an inducement that would have led me to support the governor, is the service delivery for the people who elected me, that is the people of Mitungu Ward. According to the question number 2, bashing of the Senate and the senators and loss of sniper, I believe that the Honorable Senator was asking which is a more weighty issue in that matter. And I would say loss of life, unfortunate loss of life, is a more weighty issue than the bashing of the Senate.
Next questions by Senator Hilary Wakili, followed by Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kawira, as a member of a political party, you've told this House that you're a member of UDA. Had you any meeting prior to the alleged meeting that you said you were caucused to bring out an impeachment motion against the governor, which you were a mover? And secondly, you told this House earlier on in that motion that you moved that the governor had gone rogue. At what point did you have your Damascus moment and that the governor could have changed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kawira, in your own assessment, if the governor happens to be acquitted, perchance, do you think there is a possibility of the governor working with the assembly? And what needs to be done for that to be achieved? Or do you think the situation is irredeemable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. The question by Honorable Senator Sigei. The first one, there was no meeting for the party, but there were informal meetings, commonly known as Kamukonji, in the Assembly, where in fact, Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the House and members felt that they needed to punish the 10 members who had not supported the impeachment motion in the Assembly. And it was my opinion then in that meeting that there is no need to punish these members because of entirely their political decision or their democratic right of either supporting or not supporting. And furthermore, they had not stopped the Assembly from impeaching the governor at that point. Therefore, at that point, I told the informal meeting that I did not see any need for us to punish the 10 members. And I'm made aware that in the last or the previous impeachment motion, I said the governor had gone rogue. And I've said, considering the facts and events that had previously happened, there was some element of truth. And what changed, or when did I change, is when the governor now started preaching reconciliation and peace, and in our own act, even went ahead to stop the Okolea program that most of the MCAs were disgruntled with. Therefore, at that point, I saw that the governor was genuine and had agreed to change. Question number 2, if the governor is acquitted, is she likely to work with other leaders? That is very true, because, Honorable Speaker, if you can follow the sequence of events from the first impeachment motion, during the first impeachment motion, the governor was being supported by only one MCA at that point. During the second impeachment motion, the governor had the support of only 10 members during the second impeachment motion. During this third impeachment motion, the governor has a support of 20 members, and it is only that 3 more were intimidated and coerced that they abandoned the cause of calling for dialogue. We could have been 23 members. Honorable Speaker, if at all the Assembly can be set free, the victimization, the intimidation, the threats that have been put upon us, members who are supporting the governor, I want to tell you, if that is done today, you see more than 40 members of the County Assembly working with the governor of Meru. We even wrote a letter to this Honorable Senator, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if it came out clearly. We wrote a letter, the 13 of us, to the devolution committee of this Honorable Senate, calling them to come to Meru and at least help us set the Assembly free, help us set the MCAs free, because it is out of fear that now when you support the governor, you'll be victimized, you lose your committee positions, you lose your allowances, you lose everything, all privileges, even to a point of being denied an opportunity to contribute in the Assembly. even to a point of being thrown out of the assembly because of your contribution. If we address that, the problem of Meru will have come to an end, and I want to promise you that, this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the questions have been very similar. So I hope the next members who want to ask a question will ask different questions going forward. Senator Kisang, followed by Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to put the question to Honorable Kawira, that you've told us that immediately after the failed impeachment of November last year, you went to Mombasa and agreed to plan for another impeachment. So it means basically, it doesn't matter whatever the governor does, the county assembly will still continue to come up with impeachment motions against her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, the other time during the second impeachment motion, you were on the other side. When you went back, you saw the light. Did you make efforts to reach more? You have talked of 20. Are you willing after this to reach more to see the light? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. It's true, I stated that this impeachment motion that has been brought to this House started being planned immediately after the second one failed. And I've narrated what has happened, what has transpired previously. And Honorable Speaker, I think you have all seen clips, especially alluding to the mover, indicating that even if the Senate acquits the governor today, they are ready to bring more motions, up to a number of maybe 6 or 7. And it's a character of the Assembly of Meru, especially where I'm saying that MCAs are not being set free to exercise their democratic right. Unless that is reversed, you expect to see more impeachment motions in this Honorable Senate, just in case the governor is acquitted. But if that is addressed, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that this will be the last impeachment motion to come to this House, because the governor herself has proved that she is ready to work with other members. About my efforts to reach others, yes, I've severally done so. And when you approach anyone in that county assembly of Meru, and they tell you, we don't have any problem working with the governor. But now, when we come to support the governor, we lose the privileges of the assembly. So that single fact owns many members in abeyance of supporting the governor. And I believe if the governor is acquitted, and this Honorable Senate helps us address these issues in Meru, you see that the governor will be ready and willing to work with each and every member of the county assembly. And nothing proves that more, Honorable Speaker, than the evidence that has been placed before this Senate, that the governor herself and the executive team have agreed to allocate 33 million shillings for each and every ward, which was a bone of contention previously for the allocation of the ward fund. Therefore, I believe if the Senate finds it objective and finds it depending on the facts and evidence that has been placed them, that they acquit the governor, there will be peace in Meru.
Senator Danson Mungatana, followed by Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very quick one. A video was played here in the course of your evidence, and in that video, this Senate, Mr. Speaker, was called a house of shame, a house of greed. In fact, it went in Kiswahili and said that we are wenda wazimu in this house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the witness to tell me and this house, what was the purpose of that? Was he adducing evidence to annoy us, or to abuse us? What was the purpose of that evidence? Because evidence is supposed to build your case. What did it build in terms of the case? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to invite the Speaker to make a ruling on whether we can allow any form of evidence to be adduced in. I cannot speak in this House like that. Why should someone who is a...
Thank you. Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Witness, you've said that you've been whipped on party lines, the previous impeachment motion. Don't anyone have a right to stand with their own understanding? If you knew that the governor was not right or was right, why then did you agree to take over the motion, which actually the lady told us that she's the one who drafted it, but you took it over because you were so sure that the governor was going to be impeached so that you can take the glory? I believe even in this Senate, we have parties and we have people who can stand on their own and make decisions and make the right decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I say first of all, I do regret the ones that were uttered in that video because it is not in my position that these are house of shame. I know the Senate is very credible and objective in undertaking its work. But Honorable Speaker, that evidence was brought before you to illustrate how members of the County Assembly have been incited and induced by party leaders. Specifically, the video played, we have seen it was of the Secretary General of Bas Party at Meru County. And that maybe was the feeling of the MCAs at that point who are supporting the impeachment motion. Therefore, we are to play to show to you the level of the level that political players in the county of Meru can go, the law that they can go, so that they can make sure that the process of impeaching the governor doesn't stop even once the Senate acquits her. My question number 2, whipping on party line, and if anyone doesn't have a stand, I believe honorable senators in this house were elected on parties, and we have seen that parties can bite. The consequences of defying party orders are there, we can't deny that, and we have already seen it being effected on us by being removed from committees, denying to attending trainings, capacity building, denying even opportunities to contribute in the House. Therefore, at that point, because ourselves we have sacrificed, Honorable Speaker, members who have been supporting the governor, the 13 members who have been supporting the governor, I want to tell you as a matter of fact, since February this year, no one has gotten a single dime from that assembly as a matter of being in support of the governor. Therefore, when it comes to that point, most members decide to weigh the consequences or the consequences of defying the party lines, and you find that most of them, since we are all human beings, decide to support the party line.
Next question by Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Eric Okongo.
Honorable Evans Mawira, you were in this House on 6th and 7th of November 2023 with an impeachment motion, and you say this was politically instigated by some political leaders. However, in your paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you did not disclose who are these political leaders. And I've seen a lot of meetings have been taking place, a lot of fights and squabbles in Meru County. In your opinion, do you think the residents of Meru County are being served by Meru County Assembly? Are you, honorable members of Meru County Assembly, serving the people, or a lot of time has been spent fighting, tossing the ball from this side to the other side? Are the Meru County getting any benefit from devolution with all these fights.
Yes, Bwana Witness, I just wanted to get your experience as a member of County Assembly. You seem to have conducted this public participation. The entire process was done in one day. And I've seen the photos and the people who were in attendance. There seemed to have been a very low turnout. Have you done any previous public participation exercise? How was the attendance? And was the process carried out, chaired, and minutes recorded by MCAs, or minutes were captured by members of staff from the County Assembly? Just wanted to understand, because we have had issues with public participation before.
Witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to address the first question, it's true that there's a lot of political infighting in Meru County. This can be attributed mostly to the losers during the previous general elections. And I'm being asked if the people of Meru are being served by the County Assembly of Meru, members of the County Assembly. I'll come to that. And Honorable Speaker, I will state that the people of Meru have not received the best from the County Assembly of Meru because they have been held captive or have been induced to participate in political infighting instead of focusing on serving the people of Meru. The question of who are those people, Honorable Speaker, I previously mentioned what has been transpired in that county. But Honorable Speaker, even to the reason of safety of my life, I would want not to mention the names expressed in this Senate. It's as dangerous as that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to my experience during or as a member of the County Assembly and during the public participation, I would say that during the first impeachment motion, the public participation was held at the County Assembly, where members of the County Assembly were present and members of staff, and the attendance was well. The second impeachment motion, the public participation was held at sub-county level, where members of the County Assembly were present as well, and participated and took minutes. And the attendance started to go down. During this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, the attendance was very poor. And also, in all venues, it is in very few venues where members of the County Assembly attended. Therefore, the public participation meetings were conducted by members of the Assembly. And what I can attribute to the low attendance during this impeachment motion is that the feeling of the people of Meru, they are really tired of these fights. And if you could listen to most of them, because personally I listen to my electorates, they would say, kindly cease of these fights. Let us give every elected leader a chance to serve. And when it comes to removing you from office, we'll do that during the general election because they are about 3 years away from now. Thank you.
The next questions from Alexander Mwinyi and Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Asante Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa Mheshimiwa, wakati wa kutimuliwa kwa Gavana Kawira mara ya kwanza na mara ya pili ulikuwa hapa ukiunga mkono aweze kutimuliwa, na unasema kutoka wakati huo ulienda upande mwingine ndio uweze kuleta watu pamoja, na wakati umeenda kwa hiyo kikundi ama kuleta watu pamoja, ndio mheshimiwa mmoja alisema ng'ombe 20 ya pesa nyingi ilikufa. Ndio tukasikia tukaona kwa video watoto walikuwa wanasaliwa kwa karibu na hospitali, hakukuwa na hospitali inaendelea kwa Karai. Wewe ukiwa mtu wa kuleta watu pamoja, ulisukua hatua gani? Ama wewe ni mmoja wale walipatiwa pesa ndio waweze kuenda kuunga gavana mkono? Asante Bwana Spika.
Mr. Mawira, I want to refer you to your affidavit, which is on page 39, where you have said that the anger and malice was directed towards the 2024-2025 county fiscal strategy paper, where 56 MCAs openly went against the previously agreed Ward Equalization Development Fund and allocated 45 million in each of the wards whose elected MCAs were against the governor, and 15 million to the wards whose elected MCAs were supporting the governor. This is after they had agreed, been advised against tabling a ward development
Senator,
fund.
ask your question because you only have 1 minute.
What I want from the witness is...
just give him 30 seconds to ask the question.
What I want from the witness, Mr. Speaker, is this particular statement confirmed that this is an illegality because it's against Article 10 of the Constitution. It's clearly discriminated. What is your view about this? And was this physical strategy paper approved?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nataka kueleza katika hii seneti kulingana na lile swali limeulizwa ya kwamba kama ni pesa inatupeleka kusupport governor, tungekaa katika wale wanaompinga, sababu bunge la Meru, la County Assembly ya Meru, ndilo lina uwezo wa kupea members of the County Assembly money, because I've said that since February, we have not received even a single dime from that assembly as a matter or as a consequence of supporting the governor. Therefore, it is unfortunate that we could be told that it's money that has lent us to support the governor. And also, I believe that as a peace-loving Senate and a peace-loving people, we should strive to preach more peace so that we bring the executive arm of the government and the county assembly together, regardless of what has happened in the past, and not mentioning that only you can support the governor because of money inducements. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the CFSP that I've stated, that is true. The CFSP was approved by the county assembly members, whereas the 38 members, elected members who support or who opposes the governor, were allocated 45 million in their wards, whereas the 7 of us who are in support of the governor, our wards were allocated 15 million. Up and until when the county executive committee member for finance complained to the office of the control of budget and sought some advice, that is when that illegality was collected, and all ones, according to the agreement between the negotiation team, were allocated that is 6 million, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, because we are out of time, I will take the last 2 questions from Senator John Kinyua, followed by Senator Mofaya Kataya.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa Mawira shahidi, sijui ni kuamini leo ama ni kuamini wakati ule mwingine ulipokuwa umekuja hapa, kwa sababu sijui niseme, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mimi nitumiwe kama chombo. Sijui kama wewe ni chombo, kwa sababu nashindwa ni kuamini leo ama wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu unasema ulishurutishwa wakati ule mwingine, tena unaonekana ulitishwa. Sasa sijui leo ulipokuwa ukiongea ukaulizwa swali ukasema ya kwamba huwezi ukataja jina fulani kwa sababu unahofia maisha yako. Sasa sijui nitakuamini leo ama nikuamini wakati ule mwingine, sijui mheshimiwa. Nina ugumu, ninachanganyikiwa kidogo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mawira, I have just captured your confession that once you left this house, once you had brought the motion of impeachment against the governor extended some gestures of reconciliation to the MCAs. So in your own view, why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to the reconciliation mood and gesture extended by the governor as you did? You know, I've been an MCA for a decade, and I know the workings and the relationship between the governor and the MCAs. Why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to those reconciliation moves from the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in reference to the question by Honorable Senator Kenywa, I have stated and given facts that led to me bringing the second impeachment motion to this Honorable Senate. And Honorable Senator Kenywa, if at all there's a time you should believe me, it is now. Because if I agree to testify in this Honorable Senate, and knowing the circumstances and knowing the facts that I was here previously, that shows you the level of commitment and sacrifice that I have gone myself to show and prove to you, honorable senators, and the country at large, because this matter is a matter of national interest right now, that the governor has been fought incessantly, political fights, and that is why we are here right now. Therefore, those are the facts that I can attest to in this honorable Senate. Reconciliation efforts by the governor, while responding to question number 2, it's true that she has reached out, and why are other members not agreeing or accepting this olive branch being extended to them by the governor? The reason I've said is the assembly will punish, or the assembly leadership will punish each and every member who attempts to even work with the governor. To an extent of the MCAs in Meru County Assembly, especially the elected ones, cannot be seen even following up for a project in the executive wing of the government. Because if you are seen there, you've been deemed as a traitor, you'll be punished, you'll be removed from committees, you'll be denied assembly privileges, and therefore this makes it very hard for other members to try and forge a working relationship with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. Counsel for the governor, you had a remainder of 4 minutes. Which witness did you want to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My next and last witness would be the governor of the county of Meru. I had made a request to be extended at least 15 minutes so that I will have a total of 20 minutes to be done with the governor in examination in chief.
Counsel for the assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the morning, the assembly was moved with an application that was called the Doctrine of Equality of Arms by our teacher, Mr. Ongoya, our learned counsel. He indicated that there ought to have been equality of arms. I still invoke the same wisdom that there ought to be equality of arms, to which I am seeking an indulgence that since this is a main character in these particular proceedings, and when they had the opportunity of dealing with our main witness, they had 1 hour, 30 minutes. It would be therefore suffice to indicate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the efforts of making sure that we are all balanced, there is equality of arms, there is proper access to justice, there is fair hearing, that you apportion us the same equal time so that we can have to do justice to this case. Remember, it is we who have accused the governor, and we need sufficient time, if they so pleases the Senate, that they grant us leave to have at least 1 hour, 30 minutes, so that we can dispense with the justice, so that at least at the end of the day, people can feel that justice has been done. I so beg.
Council, I think you've requested for an extra 15 minutes, but as put by the Council for the Assembly, you did in the morning, your lead counsel requested that we fair and we give equality of arms as per the timings yesterday. Now, Council for the Assembly, I doubt if we can give you 1 hour, 30 minutes. But in all fairness, they're asking for an extra 15 minutes. And you did utilize your whole 1 hour, 10 minutes of cross-examination. So to be fair, we will give you also 20 minutes to cross-examine the key witness. And they will have an extra 15 minutes of their 4 minutes which they have. So we'll say roughly we'll give them 20 minutes and you will get 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
I am well guided by your wisdom. In the event that we shall not make it, I'll still seek leave for indulgence. I'm most obliged.
Thank you. Counsel for the Governor, you may proceed.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Madam Governor.
Even to you, Wakili.
Thank you. You are appearing before the Senate for the third time, courtesy of the County Assembly of Meru, who seeks to have you removed from office by way of impeachment, and they have cited 3 main grounds for impeachment. One is that you were invited to appear before the County Assembly of Meru, but you did not. Could you explain to the Senate why you did not honor the summons at the County Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Senators. I did not appear at the County Assembly of Meru because there was a court issue with the impeachment, and I was afraid that I will go there and then it will be termed as contempt of court.
Thank you. You have talked about there being a court issue. Are you aware if the court had stopped the impeachment process at the County Assembly level?
Thank you, Speaker. The court had issued a court order for the same.
And subsequent to the impeachment, did you take any action against the County Assembly for disobeying court orders?
Yes, after they moved and they debated about the impeachment, I moved to court and sued for contempt of court.
Thank you. Subsequently, you wrote to the Speaker of this House informing him of the court processes and the orders that had been issued. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What was the date of that letter?
August 9th, 2024.
Thank you very much. Nevertheless, you're here today to answer to the charges. You have filed a response, the one that is dated 17th day of August 2024. Do you wish to stand by the response as adduced before the Senate?
Yes.
And all the affidavits attached therein?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go specifically to
Hey there, friends! Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm
mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2024, nikitumai kwamba mzima popote pale ulipo umekuwa na siku ikufana. Hujambo na karibu katika awamu hii ya Upeo wa TV47 katika kipindi cha dakika 15 zijazo. Kumbuka hii leo pia ni siku ya ukumbi wa siasa, tukiangazia zaidi mustakabali wa taifa miongoni mwa mengine, lakini kwa sasa haya ndiyo yaliyomo. Baadhi ya taarifa tulizokuandalia katika Upeo wa TV47. Gavana Kawira Mwangaza kujua hatima yake leo mbele ya Seneti.
And also other changes were made where the deputy majority whip was also removed because we were all in support of the governor of Meru County.
Maafisa 8 wa kituo cha polisi cha Gigiri wasimamishwa kazi kwa muda na kuzuiliwa baada ya mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji Kware na wengine 12 kutoroka kituoni. Na watu 14 wafariki dunia katika ajali ya migaa kwenye barabara kuu ya Nakuru Eldoret.
But tulisikia complaints kwamba gari imetoka Mombasa kama haijafanyiwa service.
Karibu tuandamane hadi tamati. Jina langu ni Elizabeth Mutuku, kwenye meza ya lugha ishara yupo Roda Nyamai. Unawasiliana nasi kwa 22047, mitandao ya kijamii @TV47 Kenya pale Facebook na ukurasa wetu wa X. Moja kwa moja ni kwa maafisa 8 wa polisi wamekamatwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Gigiri kufuatia kutoroka kwa wafungwa 13 akiwemo mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji ya Kware Collins Jumaisi. Aidha, uchunguzi tayari unaonyesha uwezekano wa njama kati ya polisi na washukiwa hao waliotoroka. Sheila Chelangat anatufungulia Upeo wa TV47 kwa taarifa hii.
Collins Jumaisi, mshukiwa mkuu katika mauaji ya Kware, pamoja na wafungwa wengine 12 raia wa Eritrea, wanadaiwa kutoroka kutoka kituo hiki cha polisi cha Gigiri mwendo wa saa 9 asubuhi. Kutoroka kwao kukisalia kwa fumbo ambalo lililazimisha mkutano huu kati ya idara za upelelezi na polisi. Na hatimaye kituo hiki cha polisi kikifanywa kwa eneo la uhalifu. Kaimu Inspekta Jenerali wa polisi Gilbert Masengeli akidokezea uwezekano wa njama kati ya washukiwa hao 13 na polisi waliokuwa kazini usiku wa kuamkia leo.
Have investigation that is very active and is being done to unravel what happened, how it happened, and who is culpable to face that rule of law.
Jumaisi pamoja na wenzake wanadaiwa kutoroka kwa kuvunja nyaya hizi katika sehemu ya kuota jua kwenye seli zao, na licha ya kuwepo kwa kamera ya CCTV waliupanda ukuta huu kabla ya kutorokea kupita ua huu ulioko pembeni mwa kituo hiki. Seli ambayo ilikuwa na wafungwa hao waliotoroka ilikuwa na watu 17, 4 wakisalia. Nao maafisa wote 8 akiwemo OCS wa kituo hiki cha Gigiri wamesimamishwa kazi kwa muda na kukamatwa.
The matter is currently under investigation by Internal Affairs Unit and any person found culpable will face full force of law.
Msako wa kuwatafuta waliotoroka umeanzishwa huku Wakenya wakiombwa kuwa waangalifu na kusaidia katika kutoa habari yoyote itakayosaidia kukamatwa kwa washukiwa hao. Sheila Chelangat, runinga ya TV47.
Asante sana Sheila Chelangat kwa taarifa hiyo. Kwingineko ni kwa mtu mmoja zaidi ameaga dunia akipokea matibabu katika hospitali moja katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Idadi ya walioangamia kutokana na ajali iliyotokea usiku wa kuamkia leo katika eneo la Migaa sasa imefikia watu 14. Na kama anavyotuarifu mwanahabari wetu Quinto Wafula, ni kwa ajali hiyo ilitokea baada ya basi la kubeba abiria aina ya Coast Bus kugongana na gari ndogo aina ya Toyota.
Hii ndio ilikuwa taswira kando ya barabara kuu ya Nakuru Eldoret, eneo la Migaa, pale basi hili la abiria lilipogonga gari hili la kibinafsi na kubingiria muda mchache baada ya breki kufeli. Kulingana na manusura, basi hilo lililosimama Kericho kwa saa 4 ili kukarabatiwa breki lilipoteza mwelekeo baada ya breki hizo kukosa kufanya kazi na kupelekea kisa hicho cha kutamausha.
Gari kaanza kupita bumps haraka. Watu wakaanza kucomplain. Kuna mmoja akatuambia eti msicomplain, driver anasema brakes zimekatika. Ndio kufika hapa hivi gari yetu kagonga hii gari ndogo ilikuwa hapa hivi ikaturn. Then mimi nikajipata tu nimetani hivi alafu nikajipata nyuma ya gari hivyo.
Kidogo nasikia watu wanalia. Sasa mimi nikagonga dirisha hapo, side ya dirisha hapo hivyo. Tukatoka na watu wengine kadhaa, tukatoa watu wako wengine.
Akithibitisha kisa hicho, kamanda wa polisi katika ukanda wa bonde la Ufa Jasper Ombati ameripoti kuwa ajali hiyo iliyotokea saa 10 alfajiri ilisababisha vifo vya watu 13 papo hapo, huku watu 55 wakiachwa na majeraha.
Of those who have lost their lives from the past, we have a total of 11. And from the small car, we have a total of 2.
Wito sasa umetolewa kwa watumiaji wote wa barabara kuwa waangalifu na kuhakikisha kuwa magari yao yanafikia viwango vya kuhudumu.
This is just no ordinary accident. It should be called for what it is, murder. Why would you put a car on the road that you know is not roadworthy?
Aspects of overspeeding should be avoided at all costs. And also, most importantly, ensure that their vehicles are in good conditions before they embark on their journeys.
Quinto Wafula, TV 47.
Afueni ya haraka kwa wale waliopata majeraha katika ajali hiyo, waliofariki dunia, Mola wapumzishe penye wema. Katika taarifa nyingineo ni kwamba kesi ama seneti bunge hilo linaendelea kusikiza kesi ya kubanduliwa kwa gavana wa Meru Kawira Mwangaza, na kwa sasa akiwa anahojiwa moja kwa moja kuhusiana na ushahidi uliowasilishwa kuhusiana na kesi yenyewe ya kumbandua. Na sasa tunavuka huko moja kwa moja.
Until when we come to get the one who killed Sniper. And if it is not possible, we'll take it to Senate. Because those are the people who brought back that person who killed Sniper. And we will fight and we don't fear. Play on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can pause a bit. We had provided a transcript of those utterances. They are contained at volume 4, at page 6, because I am dissatisfied with that translation. Perhaps senators can retreat and look at it and compare with a more qualified translator. We can have the next clip.
Your Sniper. The body of Sniper. We'll take it round in Kenya. We'll take to Senate.
Ni taarifa ambayo tunafuatilia moja kwa moja, na baadaye tutakuwa tukikurejesha huko kusikia mengi zaidi. Kwingineko ni kwa mfanya biashara mashuhuri Jimmy Wanjigi amewasilishwa leo katika mahakama ya Milimani na kuachiliwa kwa dhamana ya shilingi milioni 10 na kuagizwa asalimishe pasipoti yake mahakamani, huku akisubiri uamuzi wa mahakama tarehe 12 Septemba. Haya yanajiri baada ya kukamatwa na kuzuiliwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Kamkunji katika kaunti ya Nairobi hapo jana. Akizungumza na wanahabari, Wanjigi amesema kuwa familia yake imehangaishwa vya kutosha.
Under an obligation under Article 47 of the Constitution to give a notice to the holder of that firearm certificate. That is what Article 47 is all about. That is what fair administrative action is all about.
William Ruto, why do you fear me? If you fear me, be a man, come and deal with me properly, kiwanjani ya siasa, not in my home, terrorizing my family, and not in these courts with trumped up charges. You are afraid
that we are redefining the politics of this nation. Debate me on the economy. Don't try and create criminality in your muck. I'm not going to join your pigsty.
Tukisalia mahakamani ni kuwa mahakama ya upeo imetupilia mbali ombi la kutupilia mbali sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 na kuhalalisha matumizi yake. Ni baada ya mahakama kuu kutangaza kuwa sheria hiyo ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 haikuwa imefuata sheria ya Kenya. Kupitia maamuzi ya majaji wa mahakama ya upeo, sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 itatumika hadi pale kesi hiyo itarejelewa tarehe 10 mwezi Septemba mwaka huu. Sheria hii sasa itasababisha serikali kuendelea kuwatoza Wakenya ushuru baada ya kizungumkuti kuibuka kufuatia mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 kukosa kuidhinishwa na Rais William Ruto kwa sheria. Kwa mapana na marefu, taarifa hiyo ni mwendo wa saa 3. Mfumo mpya wa ufadhili wa elimu ya juu umeziacha familia nyingi kwenye nchi ya panda. Baadhi ya wanafunzi wanaotarajiwa kujiunga na vyuo vikuu kuanzia Jumatatu wameorodheshwa kwenye makundi yanayowahitaji kulipa karo ya juu zaidi ikilinganishwa na kipato cha familia zao. David Baraka ni mmoja wa wanafunzi walioathirika pakubwa na mfumo huo mpya wa ufadhili wa elimu, sasa akihitaji serikali kuingilia kati ili apate kutimiza ndoto zake.
David Baraka ni miongoni mwa wanafunzi wengine wengi ambao sasa wako katika hali ngumu wasijue hatima yao ya elimu ya juu kutokana na mfumo mpya wa ufadhili wa elimu ambao unawagawanyisha wanafunzi katika madaraja 5 tofauti kulingana na kipato cha familia. Akionekana mwingi wa huzuni, Baraka anapitia kurasa moja baada ya nyingine ya matokeo yake ya mtihani wa kitaifa wa KCSE ambapo alizoa alama ya A na kupata mwaliko katika chuo kikuu cha Kenyatta kusomea shahada ya ufamasia.
I'm not sure if I'll join. I'm supposed to be joining on Monday the 26th, but right now I'm stranded at home. I don't know what will happen to me. It's like my efforts are just going down.
Najua huyu kijana yangu ni kijana clever. Kutoka utoto wake amekuwa akiniambia, dadi, mimi nataka kuwa daktari. Na nikawa namwambia jitahidi kabisa, ukuweke bidii kwa masomo yako na uniachivie na ni kitu ambaye amefanya in KCPE na akafanya in Form 4. Na matarajio yangu ilikuwa najua kwamba serikali wataweza kunisaidia ili mtoto achieve dream yake, maana najua dream yake udaktari atasaidia many people.
Baraka aidha anasikitika sana kujipata katika daraja ya 5 ambayo inalenga familia zenye kipato cha zaidi ya shilingi 1120 ilhali kipato cha babake ni cha shilingi 26,000 pekee kila mwezi.
With the new band, I'm supposed to be paying 57,170 shillings per semester. When I tally it with my high school fee, that's about 3 times what I was paying in 1 year. I'm not supposed to pay in a semester, which I believe it's impossible with my parents' income. So I was optimistic that maybe I would be placed in band 2 so that my parent could bear the burden without any aiding hand. But as per now, I'm just stranded. I don't know what will happen to me, maybe if a miracle happens.
Akizungumza alipofika mbele ya kikao cha wabunge kilichoongozwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula, katibu wa elimu ya juu Beatrice Inyangala alisema kuwa kuna nafasi ya wanafunzi kutoa malalamishi kuhusu kuorodheshwa kwao na hata kutuma maombi upya.
I'd like to confirm that yes, there's a working appeal system and we invite all the students who have issues to visit the portal www.hef.co.ke.
Kwa sasa walioathirika na mfumo mpya wa elimu watajizatiti kutuma maombi upya huku wakiwa na matumaini kuwa ndoto zao zitatimia. Andrin Kilemi, TV 47.
Asante sana Andrin kwa taarifa hiyo. Na bunge la Seneti na lile la kitaifa kupitia kwa ripoti ya pamoja ya kamati ya usalama wa kitaifa limeidhinisha uteuzi wa Douglas Kanja Kirocho kwa Inspekta Jenerali wa polisi. Hili linajiri baada ya kamati hiyo kumpiga msasa na ufahafu wa Kanja kuhudumu katika wadhifa huo. Kanja ameombwa kuwahudumia Wakenya ipasavyo ili kushughulikia changamoto zinazokumba idara ya polisi.
on the report on the approval hearing of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirosho, nominee for appointment to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service, pursuant to Standing Order 2236 of the Senate Standing Orders.
Appointment of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirosho as Inspector General of the National Police Service.
And pursuant to Article 245, 2A of the Constitution, Section 12 of the National Police Service Act, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, and Standing Order 77 of the Senate approves the nomination of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirosho for appointment to the position of Inspector General of the National Police Service.
Kwingineko kulikuwa kizaazaa kilianza baada ya muungano unaosimamia hifadhi ya misitu wa City Park ulio katika barabara ya Limuru kukabiliana na askari wa kaunti ya Nairobi baada ya askari hao kuvamia maeneo hayo huku wakidai kupewa maelekezo na gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi. Inadaiwa kuwa maafisa wanaolinda misitu waliingilia kati na kukabiliana na askari hao wa kaunti huku wakiwazuia askari hao kutochukua chochote katika afisi hizo. Muungano huu umekuwa ukilinda msitu huo baada ya kukabidhiwa mamlaka. Namna wamiliki wa magari ya umma kwa ushirikiano na mashirika ya akiba ya mikopo wamewasilisha malalamiko ya leo alasiri mbele ya waziri wa fedha John Mbadi katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Akizungumza na waandishi wa habari, wamiliki hao wamelalamikia kuwa wamekuwa wakinyanyaswa na mamlaka ya kitaifa ya usalama wa barabarani NTSA na mamlaka ya kusimamia sekta ya bima nchini IRA na mamlaka ya udhibiti wa bima kukiwemo mamlaka ya usafiri wa barabarani na usafiri wa taifa. Hata hivyo, wamiliki hao wameitaka serikali kutekeleza matakwa yao. Ikiwa serikali haitatekeleza hilo, watalazimika kuwa na mgomo kote nchini.
Inafanya tuandike hii memorandum ni sababu ya ile shida ametajia kwamba magari yetu inashikwa na maneno ya auctioneers na inashikwa sababu ya hizo insurance yanasema, ambao labda hata kesi kifanywa hatuambiwi. Member unakuta ama investor unakuta gari yake imetolewa kwa stage inashikwa sababu ya covers ambazo zinasemekana sio halali, ama claims zingine ambazo hizo claims zinaletwa katika hali ambayo haieleweki.
Kuleta gari kwa barabara imekuwa ni kama ni biashara haramu. Ukiamka asubuhi, maaskari wamekupangia laini, county wamekupangia laini, alafu insurance wanakungojea na auctioneers. We cannot continue like this. So we demand that this document be looked upon by the government, and by 25th we expect a response. None, if that does not happen, on 26th we shall be on the streets, not with our vehicles, but kila Mkenya, kila kona tutatembea mguu kazini.
Need to get back to my technical team and tell them how can we address this issue, so that when you come on Friday, I have something substantive to tell you.
Kwingineko ni kwamba serikali ya kaunti ya Nairobi imeanzisha rasmi mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba katika mitaa ya kaunti ya Nairobi. Wakizungumza katika afisi yake wakati wa uzinduzi wa awamu ya kwanza ya mradi huo utakaoanza katika mtaa wa Woodley, gavana wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja amesema kuwa serikali yake inalenga kuimarisha zaidi hali ya makazi katika jiji, kukiwemo kuhakikisha kwamba kuna upatikanaji wa haraka wa nyumba katika kaunti za Nairobi.
Hakuna serikali imewahipeana 900,000 check kwa mtu tangu Mungu ajenge Kenya. Hakuna. It is the first one. And so we believe that our actions should be what should give you trust, because leadership is a bond of trust between the people and their government. ni serikali yenu. Tunajenga pia estate zingine, Bahati tutakuwa na mradi huu, Maringo, Jericho, Lumumba, Ziwani, Kariobangi North, Bondeni. Hii ndio phase 1. The reason why this one must succeed ni kwa sababu hii ndio inatoa mfano kwa wale wengine. So it is in my interest, na interest ya watu wangu wa county kuhakikisha kwamba hii sasa iwe number 1. You know, a change is as good as the rest. What we're designing for Woodley, and I'm sure the developers have been able to show you, will maintain the distinct and unique historical value of Woodley, but also provide space for other Kenyans to be part of this prime place.
Na taifa la Kenya limetajwa kama mojawapo wa vivutio bora zaidi vya utalii, haswa kwa watalii wanaotoka mataifa ya ughaibuni. Hii ni kutokana na ukwasi wa utamaduni na vivutio vya watalii. Akizungumza katika kikao na wanahabari kilichowaleta pamoja washikadau mbalimbali katika sekta ya utalii, mwanamitindo na mgwiji Nicole Murphy amedhihirisha furaha yake kwa kuzuru nchini na kushuhudia vivutio vya utalii. Waziri wa utalii Rebecca Miano ameshabikia zaidi hatua hiyo, akisema kwamba ni jambo litakalowavutia watalii zaidi kutoka mataifa ya kigeni.
You guys have a beautiful city, you have beautiful beaches, you have the animals, you have any comedy that people need to know about. So I think this visit coming here is extremely important, and I will be educating everybody back home on